Hello. Oh. Oh. Hi, Bestwood. Hi, Squirrel. Squirrel, what are you hungry for? Are you feeling anything? Do you want me to pick for you? Ooh, a hot dog. Squirrel, what food? Order some Thai food. Ooh. Thai food is very yummy. It's just take forever to get here. Ah. Alright. But hey, it's on the way. Alright, so I want to do something. I want to rectify something. I want to retcon something. So I'm gonna retcon something. Instead of loading to where I was before, I'm actually how many hours am I losing here? 3 hours. Okay, I'm gonna go back 3 hours because I think I want to go in with a different companion. I want to ow. Hi, Bashwood. Thank you for killing me. As futile as it is. Order some Thai fish. Yeah. It's worse when it's on the way since I'm thinking about it. Lou returned to the cryptic ground at 3 hours. Yes, 3 hours. We'll just get to the end and want to start a new class. No. I made a few. I made a few mistakes. I did not plan properly. And honestly, those 3 hours, it'll go by. It's okay. Plus we get to re-experience the last 3 hours that I did because they are very important to the story. And last time I played this was at like, I shit you not, like 4 o'clock in the morning. So I doubt any of you are even here for this, so you can see what happens. So you're probably okay. Yeah, so there are 2 things actually. So you're probably wondering, okay, so what are the things I need to go back for? Okay, one thing, I like I said, I'm switching characters. I'm changing Astarion out for Shadowheart because I want to use her divine intervention. Second thing, I made the mistake of leaving all my money behind. I didn't think I'd need it, but then there's a trader up ahead that kind of sells like good shit. So I would like to buy some things. Oh man, I'm really back here. Oh man. Dude, so much shit goes down. The ending is so fucking cool. I don't need to, yeah, I have the space for all this. Wait a minute, I have Gale here. Why do I have Gale here? Hang on, how far back did I just load? This campsite. Amorphic pool. Did I always have Gale here with me? God, I'm really hoping I didn't, Right, okay. Actually, if I'm not taking Gale, I should probably take all of his shit, because don't worry about it. Okay, Lae'zel has barrels. You have barrels. Okay, right, I gave everyone barrels. Okay. Wait, am I taking... I am taking Gale with me. Why am I taking your... Why am I taking your shit? Hang on, you're coming with us. What? It's just a Starion who's getting swapped out. Okay.
First in my heart.
I was over here, I was gonna take all of Gale's shit. I'm like, wait, why am I doing that?
Feels like all's well, I hope, aside from the obvious.
A bit crowded, don't you think? Wonderful.
Okay. Now I just need to make sure that everyone has what they need. We have all the barrels, right? I'm not leaving any barrels behind. No, okay. We are now officially okay. Wow, I'm really playing through like a good chunk of things, aren't I? I mean, to be fair, I'm not really missing out on a whole lot. I'm thinking to myself, thinking some things. Okay, yeah, no, we're good. Wait, sorry. I'm like, wait. It's hard to plan these things, man. Arcane Gate. Honestly, I'm probably not gonna take Arcane Gate. Excuse me. Actually, you know what? Wait. Listen, don't at me, okay? Nobody at me. I need more offensive spells on this guy. I don't have a whole lot of offensive spells. A lot of crowd control and a lot of like utility, but what do you have in your spell book? What is this? Blade barrier. Oh my god. Summon a wall of razor sharp blades turns the air into difficult terrain. Damage is not full. Wow. Planar ally. Harm. Hard to think about here. You know what?
Time to rest.
We're going. Everything is done, right? Yes, okay. This is the team I'm going with. We are doing Shadowheart, Lae'zel, Gale. I feel confident in this.
These boots have seen everything.
Damn, I really gotta replay like a good chunk of shit. Also, I get to go through this part without the fucking audio delays, man. I gotta tell you, that shit sucked. I should probably save. Now that we're on the alternative timeline. Yep, point of no return. Oh, let me get rid of this.
Pristine darkness in every direction. Silence, but for the gentle, rhythmic slap of water on rock as your vessel cuts through. An overwhelming force pushes into your mind. The brain. It is here.
Can you smell it? The brine. It's infused with magic. The brain is here.
Have to keep
The
going.
brain. There's one unfortunate side about us not having an Asterion, though, and that's that, won't be able to lockpick. Wait, Uh-oh. I should have taken my thieves' tools back from him. Am I reloading just for thieves' tools? Do I need to lockpick anything? I don't think so. I think, you know what? It's fine. It's whatever.
Waiting. Preparing. Calculating. Evolving.
My mind feels like it's being carved open. Stronger than before. Much stronger.
We're close. We must be.
Something over there.
Alright, there's all these corpses.
No traps, please.
Wait, am I going this way? Alright, there's a dead body here. I forgot about that. And there's all the skittering little bug boys.
Controlled.
And then over here we have a very fun part. It's about to be very fun. Very fun. How far can we make it? There we go.
Chase. Devour.
Yep. Alright, how are we doing this? First things first.
Have to keep going.
Allow me to demonstrate. Onward.
Let's finish this.
Reposition.
Victory awaits.
Can't use action. Surprised. Are you surprised? No, you two just can't be surprised.
No doom, all doom.
That's okay. What else do you have? No, that's all you have. Okay. I have an idea. Grease these. Okay.
Can't give up. Not now.
And you, what's your level 3s? Spirit Guardians. I just noticed I don't have a Shield of Faith on. That's okay. I'm surrounded. You know, I'm almost half tempted to use a barrel here. Is this a regular turn? Yes, okay, okay. Who are we using? What are you using? Excuse me. What do I have that just goes in a line? Wall of fire. Wait, hold on. Try that again. Is there a way to get this one without getting me?
No choice but to keep going.
Damn, moving in any direction causes attack of opportunity. Okay, we'll just have to kill this one. I'm thinking. Okay.
One can't always be a gentleman.
Go, cast, activate. What are you doing? Wait, how far can I make this? Oh, wow. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Can't afford to let up.
Rizzo,
Victory awaits.
free me. Liberate me. Oh boy. That's okay. That is a-okay.
Got to focus.
Oh, wait, in this case I should probably move Gale in.
On the move.
Alright, you gotta speed. What does your main hand do? What does this thing do again that's like so special? Have advantage on wisdom saves and perception checks. You can cast Moonbeam and Moon Mote, and it's +3. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Should we do Moonbeams? No, because this would cancel my concentration. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Wait, doesn't this also have like the feature of like when you throw it, it comes back to you? No, really? And it's a spear of all things. That's kind of lame. What does your shield do again? Right, lets you cast aid for free. Forgot about that. I could do Howl the Dead. Right? No. What else do we have here? Got rush attack, maiming strike, range attack, hamstring shot. Nothing entirely useful here. Sacred flame. Actually, no. We can just start throwing guiding bolts. What am I talking about? Hello? Hello? Do you have access to Searing Smite? You don't. That's okay. You can use create and destroy water? That's crazy. I never knew that. Oh, that's because I forgot about that. Oh well. That was just a random nip thing. Where the fuck is Guiding Bolt? There it is. Hit this one. Should I do level 3? 36. Yeah, sure. That did no damage.
Where do I go from here?
That's bad for me. I have to fucking beat people up. What can I do at level 1? Divine Smite. And Thunderous Smite. We will do Divine. Wait, that might be overkill, actually. Nah, it's fine. Overkill's fine. See? Totally fine.
Gone with the weed.
I do want to move Gale, actually.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Counterattack. Counter. Can't escape from crossing fate. Rebel 1.
Let's end this.
Damn, that did a lot of damage to you, Shadowheart. Am I blind, or is Guiding Bolt... That's not here. Why is that not here? I didn't even think it was possible for spells to be, like, dropped like that. That is so bizarre. Come to think of it, what else is missing? You have Contagion, you have Planar Binding, you have Heal. Okay. What else was I gonna do? Jump! Jump on it! Jump on it! Sacred Flame! Right? No. Guiding Bolt. Guiding Bolt! Yeah, bless this one.
What fools these mortals be.
What can you do? I'm gonna have you go over here. Hiya!
Creator.
Wait, can you do
Destroyer.
aid? No, you used your action already. Never mind.
Often lethal.
Arrows. Arrows.
Another fight. Let's go. On my way.
Arrows. Arrows.
These creatures were not themselves. Corruption is in the air. It infects everything it touches.
Infection? That's not very demure. Hang on, is it me or is my volume low? I feel like the game is so quiet. Is it me? Why is everything so quiet? Excuse me.
Most excellent.
Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm crazy.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
I'd be willing to believe if I was crazy. To cure.
At least things have stayed interesting. One day I'll catch a break.
Alright, brain fight finished. We have finished the brain fight. The funny brain fight. They have us fight brains. Wait, there's something here. Whoa, I didn't know this was here. Hang on. New shit? New shit! Yo! Wrong weapon. Immune to bludgeoning? What the fuck? Stones. How do I move these stones? I need will here. In what world does it say you're immune to bludgeoning? It says you're immune to slashing and piercing. I found a game bug. I am incapable of moving this. It is immune to literally everything. What are you not immune to? Thunder. You wouldn't happen to have thunder on you, would you?
shall find me.
Nope. Can you just like swap these out whenever you want? I just really. Oh, you have that on. Okay. Can I really just like... Wow. Just out of combat, just like that? Huh. Oh wait, magic missile. Okay, we could do that instead. Right? Only a hit that deals at least 22 damage can damage it. Alright, maybe I am gonna have to cast hide the fucking wrong button. Let's do chromatic orb. Oh, hey, that worked.
Ready your weapons. This will not be resolved by wits alone.
All right. Though, I like to think my wits are the best weapon I have.
Your high regard for your own wits is no secret to anyone.
Touche, Laser. Perhaps wits are contagious.
On my way.
Alright, well I wasted a couple spell slots just for some scrolls, I guess.
Thrall. Freeze. Break. Control.
Lockpick. You're so funny. I ain't lockpicking shit. Alright, and then here.
Oh, my head is pounding.
The brain is clear.
Oh wait, okay. Okay.
Deathly silence. The air is stale and putrid.
It's close. Have the stones ready.
Your blood slows. Your senses strung so tight they could snap in an instant.
You think you know why you are here. You think that by killing the Chosen and taking the Netherstones, you can destroy me. You are wrong.
Big squid.
It's messing with your mind. Don't listen to it. Use the stones.
Strength. Muster the strength, or muster the full might of your physical form. Throw it into breaking through the brain's defenses. Right. I don't hit these. I do have this. Wait, how does this give me advantage? Does that mean I make like Zell do it? Oh. That's so funny. I still failed. And I've got one inspiration. Do I use it? I had this issue last time. In order to recreate events, I'm inspiring. I'm recreating the previous timeline.
By eliminating Ketheric, Orin, and Gortash, you have simply unbound me. Exactly as I intended. The crown is now mine to command. Mine alone.
Don't listen to it. Focus on the crown.
Charisma. Nothing is immune to influence. Determined to master the brain. Oh, that's a crit fail. Oof.
The crown is not my weakness. It is what made me what I am. I needed the crown to build an army. I needed the Chosen to bring it to me. They would not have surrendered it freely, so I gave them what they wanted. Power. Just enough that they would play their part in my design. Their part has ended. The next orders will be mine.
I won't allow it. Again, dominate it.
Strength. What else can I add from this? +2. Sure. I have a lot of things going for me when it comes to strength right now. Situational? I have a situational advantage? Oh shit. Oh, did I just nat 20? I don't think I can still hit that. Oh, it still goes through. Wait, we're diverging from the timeline.
And you had your role to play too. Who do you think told the Chosen about the Astral Prism? Who do you think planted the knowledge of Orpheus's power and the fear of what it could do? when the Chosen sent my thralls to retrieve the prism, who do you think let the Emperor slip its leash, knowing it would be the one to bring you to me?
We were part of its plan.
I only needed one Netherstone loosened from the Chosen's grasp to guarantee my freedom. You brought all three back to me. In doing so, you have liberated me. This was your role, and it is complete. Now you will witness the grand design.
Again! The grand design must not come to pass!
Strength, it's my best feat. Do I still get advantage? I do not. Oh, right. I forgot about that. $13. It's the Emperor.
This is not over.
Yeah. Yeah.
I pulled you out just in time. The situation is worse than I thought. This is an Elder Brain. No longer. The magic of the crown has caused it to evolve. It has become something more. A nether brain.
I thought the nether stones were supposed to allow us to dominate the brain.
I thought so too. But that was when I believed it was still an elder brain. It has been anticipating our every move from the start. I underestimated it. We will need to rethink our plan.
Thanks. Triune netherstone. Back in the astral plane. Can I jump? There we go. Yeah. Okay. Time to do a very unfortunate thing.
I have assessed our encounter with the Netherbrain from every angle. I know why we failed. The problem was not the stones. The problem was you. You can make only one move at a time, but the Netherbrain calculates every possible at once. It knows what you will do. It knows everything you could possibly do. You cannot outmaneuver it. To defeat it, you would have to think like an Anithid. Better yet, be one. Your mind is not capable of this. Mine is. You will give the stones to me. I will assimilate Orpheus, and then I will be able to leave this prison to face the brain.
Assimilate him. Skvar! No! Now is the time to liberate him. Do not stand against me.
When you say assimilate Orpheus, what do you mean by that?
I will consume his thoughts, his knowledge, his brain.
So you would kill him. He is Gith's heir. You'd be the Githyanki people's betrayer. You'd be my betrayer.
I realize he is of some significance to you, but he is of even more value to our cause.
There is another way. We must free Orpheus.
You still don't trust me. After all we've been through. Remember, I have been your salvation from the very beginning. Your knight in shining armor. I freed you from the Nautiloid. Prevented you from crashing to your death. I have protected you ever since, at no small cost to myself. I came to you as a leader, but I did not shy away from showing you vulnerability. I needed you as much as you needed me. I was not above recognizing this. When you discovered my true identity, I did not flinch from the truth. I never lied to you, not once. I am just like you. We have the same enemy, the same story. I encouraged you to fulfill your potential, all while protecting you from harm. And when you saw what I truly am, you did not reject me. You enjoyed me. Now I ask you for the last time to trust me. Release the Netherstones to me.
Do not forget, there's a card yet to come into play. The orb. If we do not want to surrender the stones, we still use it to ensure the brain's destruction. Along with my own, of course.
This is a risk we cannot take. Your hubris drives you even now. You failed before. I cannot trust that you will not fail again. You must trust me. Hand me the stones.
I love him so much. But I must do what is right. I have the hammer. I will free Orpheus. We must free the prince of the people. He has the power.
I told you we have to trust one another. I told you the Githyanki would only want to kill you for what you are. Still, you choose to break our alliance. Even united, the Netherbrain was going to be an impossible enemy. But apart, we have no chance of survival. Very well. Since you will not work with me, you work against me. You leave me no option but to join the Netherbrain.
Crazy how he just switches sides.
We can free Orpheus.
Orpheus, my prince. It is your time.
Lae'zel.
The gate is gone. Our mission is set. Smash the crystals with the hammer and free the Prince of the Comet. Gith's beloved son will lead us to a sure victory against the Netherbrain.
There I was thinking we were finally about to put an end to all of this. Too good to be true, I suppose.
How do you think we're faring?
Honestly, I think self-reflection may be the enemy just now. I can't afford to lose my nerve. Safer to just not think and keep forging ahead.
Do you think we can win this?
I do. Think of all we've been through just to get to this moment. That wasn't luck, that was us. Let's just stay shoulder to shoulder and see this through.
Oh, I like her answer. Way more positive than Astarion. I'll go through the dialogue with the rest.
I'm not sure I ever considered the Emperor an ally exactly, but even so, strange to know we're on our own at last.
What will you do when we get hold of the crown?
When? I'm glad you have such confidence in our endeavor. I confess, my own's not constructed from such immutable materials. I don't dare to picture the crown in my hands. Not when there's the small matter of an enormous city-conquering brain beneath it. But if we overcome that obstacle, I will do everything.
Actually, what?
Make your choice. Endure the consequences.
Okay. Here we go.
Think you can take me on?
Hello, Orpheus.
As the Githyanki prince takes his blade, a silent cry pierces your head. It's unlike any sensation you've ever felt.
You reek of illithid. You fornicated with a mind flayer. You slaughtered my honor guard. Nonetheless, it seems we must be allies.
Your Majesty, the Prince of the Comet, Gith's true heir. It is an honor.
Do not patronize me. You rejected the illithid when it no longer suited your needs. No doubt you freed me because it suits you now. I will neither forgive nor forget your abuse of my powers.
Oh my god, it's Beto. Hi, Beto. Hi, Beto. Hello, Beto. Pets the Beto. I had no choice. Without your powers, I would have died.
That is true. And it would have been the honorable outcome for one destined to become Geik. You had the opportunity to surrender yourself to my honor guard. They would have given you a noble end. They would have freed me, and I would have stopped the Elder Brain before it evolved into a Nether Brain. All that suffering, avoidable, were it not for the choices you made.
Let's forget about the past. I was misled. What now?
We will destroy the Nether Brain together, and put a stop to this nascent empire before it expands into the stars. The Geik was correct about one thing. The Nether Brain's power is beyond us. The hardest metal in the world would not cut through its mind, for it is made of thought itself. At this point, it will take an Illithid to unleash the full potential of the Netherstones.
Someone will need to turn into a mind flayer. Are you willing to do that?
Just as I was free, I will do it. I will become Illithid. I will sacrifice my soul for my people. I will end the grand design.
My prince, you cannot. This is not your burden to bear.
She's right. Keep your soul. Your people need you. I will make the sacrifice.
It seems I misjudged you. You were testing my honor. And in so doing, you have convinced me of yours. The Netherbrain wants nothing more than to see all infected become Geik. My defenses keep the voice of the Absolute out. But just as I can raise them, so I can lower them. I will allow the voice of the Absolute in. Once it reaches you, it will order you to transform. It will only take a moment. And once you are a Mind Flayer, I will fold you under my protection once more. You will be the savior of empires. Not least, my own.
With the withdrawal of Orpheus's power, your mind is rushed with the full force of the Netherbrain.
Oh god.
You feel a compulsion unlike anything you've ever known. Excruciating and exhilarating in equal measure. You wish nothing in the world but to evolve. Then, complete silence, as you are once again closed off from the Netherbrain's mind.
My people will remember you. The rebel Illithid who stood beside their reborn prince and ended the grand design. Let us return now to the city and follow the path of the Netherbrain.
I can hardly bear to look at you.
A most noble sacrifice. Gith's blessings upon you.
Oh my god.
Still.
Look at me. I'm an Illithid. I still have all my shit though. Dude. I'm kind of cute. Just a little guy. I like the outfit too. I did want to know how they were going to have the armor work on top of the Illithid body. Dude, that's fucking crazy though. I have to turn into an Illithid. to save the people, to save the world.
I will not forget what you did here today, nor will the Githyanki people. We have unchained the true bear. First, he will lead us to victory against the Netherbrain. Then, he will loose the Githyanki from Vlakit's undead talons. Come, let this day be the Netherbrain's last.
Wait, is that all you have to say?
Come.
Oh, okay. Come.
I think we're done here. I'll certainly be glad to see the back of it anyway. I think...
Okay. Gale.
We've a city to save. I think it's about time we got started.
Oh, God. I love Gale so much. Orpheus.
After you, my friend.
Oh boy. A Lithid. Me coming through. Floating around. How do I... There we go. Are you ready to leave the astral plane? Yes.
Try to avoid the worst of the mess, or plow ahead and enjoy the fireworks.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Because I become a Lithid, I get access to Lithid powers. Ceremorphosis achieved. Characters beyond evolved tadpoles, blah 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 blah. What I want to know is how the ending changes if you have tadpoles, because I never consumed a single one. I also want to know how it changes if you consume the astral tadpole. You guys have anything new to say?
Such blazing wonder. To stand together and behold the sky swarming with red dragons. They may roar Vlakit's name, but I can't deny their beauty. For this one moment, in this one battle, the Lich Queen and I share a common cause. The Netherbrain's defeat, and the Grand Design's failure.
You must be disgusted with me now that I look like a mind flayer.
My instinct is to flay you where you stand. But I am more than my instinct. You made an incredible sacrifice. For me, for my people, for the Prince of the Comet. I know who you are, and I know what you gave up. You are the source of my bruises, the source of my joy, and more still. You are Mlagir, Liberator.
How are you holding up?
I am iron, steel, and silver. I am my mother's blade, Jmar Zalar Gith.
Are you ready to face the Netherbrain?
I am. With the Prince of the Comet at our side, we will wreck the Netherbrain and its grand design. Never again will my people suffer under Illithid enslavement. Zai, Zai, Zai!
It's nice that she still is nice to me. Oh right, we long rested, technically. Does that mean all of you have your shit back? Yes, it does. All right, awesome.
No one
one stopped me yet.
Not sure why traveling between to and from the astral plane gives us long rest, but I will not complain.
High Hall. There's nowhere else to go. This is where it all ends.
I am no longer the man I once was. Can you accept that?
Of course. You look different, there's no denying that. But I think you're still the same, deep down. You're doing what's necessary, for all of us. That's why I've been by your side this whole time.
Aww. This gives me big Mass Effect ending energy, you know? Like, you gotta talk to all your companions.
Hall was once a beacon of promise, of wisdom, of celebration. Now, well, it's just a beacon for all manner of horrors and pity.
How do you like my new look?
I'd be lying if I said it wouldn't take some getting used to. What could a few extra tentacles do to a bond as strong as ours, eh? When all this is over, we'll have time enough to unpick the specifics of your new condition. Psionics alone could take months to thoroughly evaluate, not to mention the matter of your diet. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We've a nether brain to defeat. Then we get to the fun stuff.
I fucking love Gale, bro. Hang on. The sun came down, so my room is very dark, and I need to turn the lights on. Give me 1 second. Oh boy, I'm a squid. I'm a squid now. It's like Splatoon. You're a kid. You're a squid. Except I wasn't a kid. I was a dragonborn man. But now I'm a lithid man. Same thing, right? Smile. How do you feel about using the orb if all else fails?
I'd need a ream of parchment longer than an elder brain's stem to capture the tumult I feel at that particular prospect. But I'm ready, if that's the word you need to hear. If you call on me, I will not let you down.
Do you think we stand a chance against the Elder Brain?
I'm cautiously optimistic. Though, with the time left to us and the amount still to be done, it's best we don't take anything for granted. Who knows what shape these final moments of ours might assume? Not I. Not Mistra. Not even you. Whatever my fate might be, I'll be glad to greet it in such fine company.
Aww. Dude, I love this fucking team so much. Oh my goodness. My fucking, the A team over here.
A high concentration of combatants here. The brain must be close.
Time to do illithid power shit.
The Prince of the Comet has come! Shavar Orpheus! Shavar Orpheus! Shavar Orpheus!
Vos, my most loyal friend. How good to set eyes on you.
You honor me. Your radiance. A geich keeps you company. Unusual.
An illithid in guise, an old ally in truth. He took this form so I might end the grand design.
Skva! Can it be? Thanks to you, the skies above Tunarath shall tremble with sounds. Orpheus will take the truth to the people. We will slay the Lich Queen. Our chains will be cleaved.
Mighty Voss, your words lift me. Vlaakith will splinter like glass and vanish like smoke. Shavar, Orpheus!
High concentration of competence must be Gale, SH, and Lae'zel. Because we're just so capable. To be fair, this is a very capable team. Minus Shadowheart. Shadowheart, at least just the way I have her built, all she's kind of really good for is healing. But I mean, that's not nothing. She heals for like a good amount. Githyanki freedom means nothing if the grand design comes to pass. We need your help, Voss.
My sword is yours. We will exterminate the brain and end its plague.
This champion holds the key to its defeat. Stand by for orders, Voss. Answer to him as you would answer to me.
As you wish, Prince Orpheus.
Forward! The nether brain falls this day. Let it be the first victim in the war for the skies!
Huzzah!
Breathe deep.
Move. Dead Watchman. You got any money on you? No, just trash. I'm not looting items. I don't need items anymore. Let alone money.
Watch Citadel, home to the protectors of Baldur's Gate.
We have lost much already, and we will lose more before the day is out. But even when the last soul falls, Baldur's Gate will stand. For Baldur's Gate is more than just a city. It is more than a place of opportunity for those of mercantile spirit. More than a place of refuge for those who are lost. More than a home for friends, loved ones, and adventuring souls. Baldur's Gate is a place where anyone can find what they need, if they're just willing to fight for it. Today, Baldur's Gate needs us. Today, we fight for...
Hi. Hi, how are you?
You're late, friend. This is the one you spoke of.
The very same. The champion we've been waiting for. The one who will save Baldur's Gate from ruin.
The Fist eyes you with suspicion. He was not expecting the savior of Baldur's Gate to be a mind flayer.
Appearances may change, but they do not mask the one within. This one, I know. Observe with whom it traveleth. Friends. This mind flare will fight with thee. It will save thy city and thy lives.
Thank you, Squirrel.
The Fist's suspicion softens to curiosity, his hostility melting at the recognition that there's more behind those eyes than malice.
My steel is yours, Mind Flayer, and I'm not alone.
Never thought I'd be fighting alongside a Mind Flayer, but I'll fight with you, with magic.
I'm better at crafting steel than wielding it. Your friend here is armored and potion-fueled and ready for battle.
It's the fucking owlbear!
I have marshaled the best the Flaming Fist has to offer. We will fight to the last.
Your safety is of paramount importance, citizen. My services are at your disposal.
The Moon Maiden's silver light is a shield in dark times. Today, it is mine to wield.
And I hold her sword.
Whatever strength I have to lend, I will lend it. I will make my city proud again.
Did you think I was gonna let you have all the fun?
It's
Looks
Maul.
out for it, friends. Mind flayers included. And she'll have your back. Trust me.
I'm in the mood to crack some skulls after that fuckery in the Temple of Baal. The City Watch will be glad to oblige me.
Not sure what I have to offer a mind flare, if I'm honest. But I hope my words of encouragement and reassurance will strengthen your resolve.
The journey has been brutal.
Zevlor!
But I stand here a Hell Rider once more. And I would die a proud man if I died this day.
I want my city back. And I've brought the toughest bastards from the guild to get the job done. My people have never hunted a monster this large.
It's all
They
the
are
friends.
eager to join the fray.
All the strength of the lands we healed flows through me.
Halson.
And from me to you. No matter what form you take.
Nature's servant awaits.
Glad to have you with us. And not a moment too soon.
The air is thick with anticipation. All eyes are on you. They're expecting a speech, something to stir their hearts and put fire in their bellies for the fight ahead. What will a mind flayer say that could encourage them on the threshold of battle?
Why would I infiltrate their minds? I feel like that's so rude. To blood, death, and slaughter. A fight well fought, and a brain well burned.
To our freedom!
Huzzah! Yeah.
We'll prepare ourselves. We'll be ready when you call upon us. Balduran's grace be with you.
My speech was not good enough. Oh wow. It's all the friends we made along the way. Literally. God, I have to go around and talk to everyone, don't I? And I get the call forth allies option. Oh boy. Who do I start with? Start with Arabella.
I wouldn't be here without you. It's time I repaid the favor.
Damon.
Even I was surprised by how well the owlbear would take to the potions. Just look at it. Glorious little creature. Well, not so little anymore.
Dost thou need my services?
Nah.
If thou art ready, proceed to seal fate's image with thy final stitch.
Let me see something here. Let me just reorganize this. Armored owlbear.
Let's go, want to bite.
I love his enthusiasm. He's so cute.
Ready, strong, bite.
That's so cool that we get that he joins us for the final fight. Where's Scratch though? Is my dog? Can't I summon my dog actually? Isn't that a thing I can do? Scratch is dead. This save, remember? What? No, he's not. I had an option for find familiar Scratch. Where is that? Gaslight gatekeep Githboss. Levitate. Colony. No, but like, actually, where is that? I know I'm not crazy. Come to think of it, that option has been gone from my hotbar for a long time now. Why? Used to be able to summon Scratch. How odd. Anyway. Zevlor. Right, you don't get dialogue for some reason. Ultima.
We stand ready to help you, as you helped us.
Nice. Steel watch.
The gift of Gond will be with you, friend of Gondians. As will we.
I love how the Gondians send us a steel watch. Like, these things are so fucking sick. Isabel?
Press on. This will all be over soon, and then... My gods, I'm having something very strong indeed.
Dame?
We face the greatest evil our realm has known, and we do it together. On your word, the sword of Selûne will fall upon our foes.
Volo. No dialogue. Floric.
Today, we take back the city.
Everyone's got dialogue. Jahira.
Don't look at me. This is your charge to lead. And no one better to do it.
Maul.
I knew I was in for something exciting from the moment we first met. Don't disappoint me now.
Valeria.
The sooner we get this done, the sooner we can get a pint. Assuming there's an inn still standing.
Cheers, mate.
Have courage, my friend. Your victory is assured. Onwards. There is no reason to linger here.
Keen.
Come on. Speeches are done. All that's left is the doing.
This guy?
I'm glad you're here. The Illithid, too. Though it'll take some getting used to.
Do my friends have anything to say?
No more delays. Now is the time to strike.
High Hall. There's nowhere else to go. This is where it all ends.
No, it doesn't sound like it.
Blazing
No.
this one moment.
Alright, all the same dialogue. Alright, what about this little... This is the little guy who I reloaded 3 hours for. Cull the Red. This adorable little fucking kobold. Look at him. Look at him. He's just a little guy.
Bodies, bloods, this is the dream. Knew I was smart to sneaks in. The Skelly boy said I could stay if I sold your stuff. So hurry up. Bye, bye, bye.
You do know this is about to be a huge battle, right?
Really? Oh, don't you go getting chopped up. I need customers.
I love him so much. Let me see what you have. You have like decent shit, actually. Excuse me. Give me smoke powder arrows. Give me plain art binding. Give me the freezing thing. What is this? Hold person. Give me that. Ice storm. Give me that. Haste. Give me that. Give me that. Give me this. I have an astronomical amount of money. Oh, give me all your fucking potions. Oh, you got fucking angelic slumber? Give me that. What is this? Angelic reprieve? Give me that. What else you got? Give me mucus, cloud of giant strength, alpha movement, lightning resistance, necrotic resistance, see invisibility. I already have those. Elixir of viciousness. I need one of those. Vigilance, oil of accuracy, oil of bane, mutation. Ooh, give me that. Give me this. Do Quickness arrow. What is this? Monstrosity slaying, arrow of salving. Ooh, you're the blight. I don't need dimension door. I have enough dimension doors. Ooh, you have smoke cutter palms. Nah, okay. I'm good with this, right? Wait, I should bring the alchemist's fire, just in case I need something to light the barrels.
Don't go die. I'll be real mad.
No problem. I love you, little guy. Why is the music so epic? It's because it's the end of the game. We're in the climactic final areas. Also, hi, Snags. Do not question my different appearance. I may look different, but I am the same Dragonborn you've always known. What's on here? I'm just a floating Squidward. Did you see the certain white person in the Orin room? I did. It was Dirge.
Stay low.
Orin killed the shit out of Dirge.
Fall back! Fall back! Up you! Leave him be! We have to keep running!
I didn't hear anything you said. Oh, sorry. I said yes. I did see who was in the room. It was Dirge. Orin like turbo killed him, which I wish there was more context on. I would have liked to know more, but I imagine I would have to. There's probably more context for that in the alternate timeline dimension where you play as Dirge or something. You're running the wrong way.
You should come with us! It's over.
There's a glimmer of something beyond his words, but in a moment it's gone, consumed with fear.
I'm sorry. We can't. I'm sorry.
I gotta go back to see your reaction. You should go back and look at the fight between me and Orin and look at how fast it was done. And I want and look at who was responsible for killing Orin in a single turn. And just how fucking goated they are. Oh wait, it's letting me walk into the courtyard just like that? Dude, in my last playthrough, in the last dimension, for some reason, this gate was closed. I couldn't walk into this gate. I had to walk around. Which is so odd. Because, like, it was, like, visually open, but, like, I physically couldn't walk through it. But now it's letting me. This courtyard sucks. I have been here. Damn, I have to go through this whole fight again. How long have we been? Alright, let's just hope this doesn't take me an hour and a half. Because this is a long fucking fight. And I'm just kind of just walking in through the front door. And sell it of the absolute. Actually, should I go through the front door? I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of surrounded here. Let's take the tactical advantage. Tactically advantageous position. And a restoration. Sure, let's restore. Cool. Wait, that gave us temporary hit points. Hiya. Flying man jump. I need you all in here.
Excellent choice.
Okay, you're all here with me. Good. You have the movement speed to go in there and kill him. You do not. What do I have?
Catch my breath.
Let's do some Elithid shit. Potent concentrated blast. Damn. Blast a creature with Cephing Psionic energy. Augmented shield of thralls. Isn't there a thing exactly for tentacle whip? Yeah.
Blood follows me everywhere.
Hiya! What? Luck of the Far Realms. When you make a successful attack roll against a foe, you can change that hit into a crit. Damn, I rolled an 8, but I got a bonus of 12. That's crazy. To a non-natural 20. Already stunned, and then I can... Where is it? Extract brain. Lobotomize a nearby creature that is stunned, prone, sleeping, or unconscious. I will eat your brain. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Delicious. Orpheus. Orpheus, Morpheus. Orpheus. Orpheus. What's that Eric Andre bit? It's like Orpheus in a Orpheus in a holding a 40 in a death basket. Ugh. Do you know that bit? If you don't know that bit, I will show the clip right now if no one knows what I'm talking about.
Taking position.
That clip is awesome. Oh, and we all get Rays of Fire. Oh yeah, we also have like a shit ton of buffs. Spirit of the Land, the reunited soul of Thaniel, provides a +1 bonus to all ability scores and additional 2 meters of movement. Volo's Guide to Monsters. With the steadfast application of the knowledge from Volo's preminent form, or work, affected entities gain +2 to attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks. Volo's Guide to Monsters. Isn't that a book? Like an actual like D&D book? You know, I never put 2 and 2 together. That is the Volo in this game is like the Volo. Fetcher's favor. Equipped with Mull's Tricks of the Trade, affected entities can cast a Rays of Fire, reduce all fire damage by 5, and gain additional 1d4 to charisma checks and saving throws. Rallied. The galvanized words and will of Duke Ravengard runs hot through your veins, granting you 30 temporary hit points. Weave Walker. One must remove all obstacles to follow one's destiny. Arabella's favor grants affected entities the benefits of freedom of movement. Ooh. Orphic Favor. While 18 meters of Prince Orpheus, the affected entity has resistance to psychic damage and +3 bonus to intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws. Jesus Christ, this is so many. Why do I have Blade Ward? What's giving me Blade Ward? I wish it would tell you the source. Why do I have Blade Ward? Do we all have Blade Ward? No, that's just you. Lae'zel, why do you have Blade Ward? Why is it like permanent too? What do you have that gives you Blade Ward? Oh, it's your armor. Yeah, I forgot this armor is goated. Okay. Oh, I also need to give you, drink this fucking viciousness potion because you are so crazy with this thing. No, not the... wait, that was the wrong potion. Wait. In the last timeline, that kobold was selling bloodlust potions, but in this one, he wasn't selling bloodlust potions. I was gonna give Lae'zel bloodlust. Oh, that's a shame. Oh well. Damn, that sucks. That would have been great for the fight. Oh my god, monsters. Wow. Orpheus. Morpheus. Orpheus. Dorpheus.
I will ascend.
Orpheus. Oh my goodness.
This is your end.
Orpheus. Dorpheus. Orpheus.
On the move.
Orpheus. Orpheus drinking a 40 in a death basket. Ugh. Potent concentrated blast. Isn't there a thing for displacer beast shape? Transform into a displacer beast. I can do that? Oh shit. Wait, why can displacer beast, or why can Illithids turn into displacer beasts? What do Illithids have to do with displacer beasts? Mind blast, that's what I want. Oh, it doesn't even work. Okay, never mind. Fierce Perilous Stakes grants an ally additional 15 psychic damage and healing 2d8 when they attack. They score a critical when they roll a 15 or higher. They become vulnerable to all damage for the duration of this effect. Wow, that's terrible. I was about to say, wow, this is really good until I read that last sentence. Sonic Overlord, your attacks deal an additional 1d4, but you take 1d4 every turn. Jesus. Transfuse health, sacrifice your health. Half your health, remaining hit points to heal a target for the same amount. Nebulous black hole, create a point of intense gravity that pulls on nearby creatures and possibly slows them. Strengthen force tunnel, charge forward, pushing all objects and creatures in your path to 12 meters away from you. Mind blast, that's the stun. Stage fright, your targets have disadvantage on attack rolls and take 2d6 every time they miss. Mind Sanctuary, sculpt a magical nexus that allows those within to take actions and bonus actions interchangeably. Tentacle Whip, Extract Brain, Augmented Shield, Potent Concentrated Blast. Alright, let's just do the blast. Mind Blast! That's fucking awesome. Alright, now shoot. Oh wait, I can just realize I can still use my fire breath. That's cool. Arrow. Arrow. Do you also get the Rays of Fire? No, you don't. Okay. And you come with potions. Isn't that cool? Right. You're a monk. You run off key points. I don't know shit about key points. Sanctuary, telekinesis, sneak jump. All I know is stunning strike. Stunning strike and flurry of blows. That's the only thing I know. I don't even know monks can cast fireball. That's cool. You're too far away.
I don't fancy their chances. Pawn to cleric 4.
You know what to do. Hit him with that good old-fashioned Ignis.
My faith will protect me. Have to keep going.
You can just arrow this guy. I need these two to come closer. Oh, great. Smack. Smack. Should I have you Misty Step? No, because you get one of these. Fuck it, bro. Punch. Stunning strike.
A rough tempest I will raise.
Hit him with that fucking Ignis. Nice. Ignis. I love how you climb up the ladders. You just float up. Whee! Oh boy. Charm an enemy that attacks you, preventing them from attacking you until the next turn. No. Okay, I need my people. Why are you going down the ladder?
Proceeding.
Who's not here? Shadowheart, get the fuck in here. It is my turn.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
I'm gonna hit you with I have so many fucking spells. I'm gonna hit you with, where is it? Where is it? Mind Blast. And then I'm gonna hit you with Black Hole. Right? Wait, that's a huge AoE. Oh my god. Never mind. I'm gonna hit you with Force Tunnel. I end my turn. And then I need this guy. Fucking hang on. Can you dimension door? Can you go over here? Who's this Gale? Okay.
Good move.
What can you do? Dethrone. Artistry of War. Hit him with 2 of these. That one's dead. And then hit this one with like 3 of these. Actually, no, I'll just do 3 each. They're still alive. Who's almost dead? They're both almost dead. Okay. Quick spell. What can I do to finish? I don't have an AoE thing to kill you with. Quick spell flinger. Have an Ignis. And then you. Can you punch this guy? Flurry of blows. Yeah, hit him with that. I need all of you here. Because there's like a lot of them. Okay, do we have any like pre-battle buffs we need to do? Shield of Faith. Alright, let's do this.
Light on my feet.
Gale, call forth allies. Gondian Steel Watch. It's like Titanfall, dude. I just summoned a fucking Titan.
Need to stay focused.
And who else is going? Damn, there's a lot of enemies. Damn, dude. All right, time to summon the peeps. Where is she? Sword of the Silverlight. Dame, get over here.
Dame Aemon, into the fray!
Move up. Orpheus, Orpheus, Morpheus. I'm gonna keep making that joke until it gets annoying. Oh, you're like actually all melee. How far can you jump? You can jump pretty far. All right, how about this? Over here. Jump next to this fucking thing. Can you do stunning strike? Yes, you can. Hiya! Wait, you're next to a bunch of fucking barrels. I should have just blown you up. Oh well. Did you save? He did save. Stunning strike again! Nice.
Swift and lethal. Make way.
Call forth allies. Who else are we missing? Moon Maiden Lady. Florix cohort. Summon Florix personal guard. Highly defensive warriors who can hold their own in melee. Owlbear, the Watch, Hellrider platoon, Guildmaster Kinnick's Fixers, Gur Hunt Watchers, Silver Harp Squadron. Let's do Assassins, Hellrider platoons. Oh my god, it's a spectator. Damn, it's a lot of fucking boys over here. To watch. No, we need frontliners. Floric Owlbear? Wait a minute. Kithraki Inferno summon. Command the Red Dragon of Supreme Kithrak Voss to breathe fire, a firewall onto the battlefield. Ooh. Can we do that? Ah, damn, the range is not that big. Actually, that could help over here. It's like a whole squad of these guys. Should we do that? Get rid of all these fucking goblins. Oh, they're all level 1s. Actual trash fodder. Okay, I'll save it for something better. Owlbear, get in there. Oh, I can action surge for more comrades. More comrades. All right, who are we bringing in? Floric, personal guard. We can hold our own. Do we need melee people? What do we need? Yeah, let's get some melee people in here, right? Some great weapon fighters. The Watch. Then should I bring in the Hell Riders? Let's bring in the Hell Riders. Let's get Zevlor in here. How about Dame? Let's go Tieflings!
Survival is all that matters.
And then it's me over here.
Can't slow down.
Can I... Why is this bugging out? Can't reach destination. I can't do the Inferno. Should I just kill this thing in front of me? Now let's summon the watch. Weapon fighters. Cur hunters. Oh, we can get the harp in here. They're ranged support. Let's get some backline in here. Never mind, I can't fucking summon anything. Alright, I guess I'll just go fuck myself. Wait, you're stunned, aren't you? I can just fucking eat your brain. Nom 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 nom. Nice. And then... Where can I go? What can I do? I have so many options. Let's do Raise of Fire. Let's Ray of Fire this fucking Mind Flayer. Alright, NPC battles! Damn, Flame Strike? Oh my god. Where are you going? Wait, there's two goblins over there. Just some goblins. Goblins! Ooh, Searing Strike, okay. Ooh, okay. Mind Flayer. Oh, he's dashing. That's crazy that you missed. Where are you going? He's gonna try and Mind Blast us. Nah, you'll pass that, right? Yeah, you missed. Oh, I play as Dane. What can you do? Lunar Smite. Should I have you kill this guy? Excuse me. Yeah, sure, why not? Lunar Smite. Right? Yeah. No, that's Lacerate. Nice. Lunar Blessing. Surround yourself in a pillar of Seluna's light, inflicting moonbeam on nearby foes. Ooh. How much movement speed do you have? Oh, alright, you're just gonna have to walk. Walk along and activate your cool thing. Owlbear. Rupture. Rupture the earth, causing debris to tear through nearby objects and creatures. Claws, multi-attack. Now get in. Can you get in closer? Nah. Whatever. Rupture. Go get him, owlbear. Where you going, paladin? And then it's Gale. Gale doing Gale things. What kind of cool things is Gale gonna do?
On my way.
I'm gonna have you bring in more people, right? Yeah, there's nothing I really need to disintegrate right now. Actually, can you fireball these fucking guys? I'm a fireball. I think I'm holding the fireball. Oh yeah. Nope, out of range. Damn. Alright. Call forth allies. Let's get the watch. We need some weapon fighters. Weapon people. Back up the owlbear. And then it's big robot. Big robot advance. I want the big robot to fight the spectator. Oh, well, they're in here now. Reprimand. A pacifying strike that knocks the target foe. Or don't you have like a grappling hook thing? Is it not this? No. Reposition malefactor. Pull a miscreant towards you for more thorough correction. Damn, out of range. No! I can't pull any of you. Damn it. Oh man, I'm gonna have to waste this guy's turn. Alright, stay there. I was like, oh man, this battle's probably not gonna take me an hour and a half. I forgot how huge it is. There's so many. Shadowheart. And then Orpheus. What can you do?
On the move.
Fuck it, let's just bring some more. Let's get some more people in here. Floric, highly defensive warriors. Kithraki Inferno. Wait, can you do the Inferno here? Oh my god, you can. Go from here to here. Target is blocked. No, right there. Come on. Let me do the Inferno. That's so lame. Why doesn't it work? All right, we'll just bring in someone else. Cleric lady? No, let's get some snipers in here. Assassins? Or bards? Nah, we'll do the monster hunters over here. You guys can go down there. Orpheus. 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 You do. Yeah, right there. Fireball. Dude, hello? Do the fireball. It's the rest of your movement. That's all you can really do. You can jump. Go right there.
Your sacrifice in her name.
How far can you misty step? You need to be able to see it, right?
No time to waste.
Come on, you tell me you can't go anywhere over here? I just want to get you down there. I just want to get you down there. This is just a nightmare of positioning is what this is mostly. Fine, we'll do more allies. Floric. Who is that? Zevlor. Alright, so let's organize this into multiple fronts. Okay, there's the western fight going on over here with these two. Okay, never mind, they're dead.
Join us.
Well, the spectators over there. And then over here on the east, we have, oh man. These guys are gonna die to that thing. Let's go, Flaming Fist. Oh my god. Oh my god. Who is this? Is this me? It is me. Alright. Can I levitate? Where is levitate? Levitate. Here's where I'm gonna go. I'm gonna levitate over here, right? And I'm gonna hit you with with strengthened force tunnel. Oh my god. Damn, that almost killed the Illithid. And I still have a turn. This is me, right? What can I do? I'm gonna hit you with that Mind Blast. Oh, he's stunned. Ooh, damn. Good throw. Good throw. Ooh, the Misty Step. Dame. You have a blinding thing, don't you? Lunar Flame. You do not. Okay. That's okay. First things first, fly to this fucking thing. Moonbeam. Doesn't Moonbeam blind? No, it just does Radiant. Okay. Spilling Holy Fire in a 2 almost 5 possibly days. Whatever. Lunar Smite. Main hand. Who's this? Gale. Gale, I need you to do magic. Actually, more important, I need you to reposition. Do dash. Must reposition my mage.
Step by step.
Who is this? Steel Watch. Fucking smash these boys. Nice. Can you get over here and help? Yeah, you can. Yeah, this is a fucking fight right here. This thing's totally dead. Who's this? Damn, there's still more back here. Oh, never mind. Who is this? Shadow Hearts. How much health does this thing have? Yeah, just fucking Sacred Flame this guy. Oh my goodness, are you serious?
Onward.
Alright, just for that Shadow Heart, jump down here. 'cause I need you to back up against these guys when they come in. Actually, oh no, use your action. Who is this? This dude. Get to punching. What is flurry of blows? It uses a bonus action. Okay. Fist of Unbroken Air. Telekinesis. Oh, you're out of spell slots. Or not, you're almost out of key points. I'm just gonna have you punch. Damn, you don't do dick for damage. Stunning strike. A regular punch. When an enemy within 18 meters targets you with a level of a spell that is lower or equal to your proficiency bonus, you can use a reaction to nullify the spell. Sure. That's crazy. I get counterspell for free? Dude, why have I not been playing as a Illithid? My second playthrough is going to be an Illithid playthrough, 100%. I haven't decided whether or not I'm going to do Illithid Rogue or Illithid Sorcerer. Who is this? Lae'zel. Where do I need you? I feel like I'm playing chess. I need to position. I need to put you in a right spot because you are a fucking goat. Honestly, I think we're good. I'm gonna have you Misty Step. Alright, finish him. Why are you arrows? Why are you shooting arrows? I fucking missed. There you go. Who is this? Zevlor. I gotta tell you, this fight is going much more better than it did in the previous timeline. I need these hunter guys to get out of this fucking... this underpass. Do something. Who is this? It's me! Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hit you with, because it's funny and I really like it. I'm gonna hit you with Tentacle Whip. Damn, you saved. Okay, never mind. I'm just gonna kill you. Oh. Levitate. Whee! Wait, can I levitate over here? Oh, I can. Alright, I'm gonna fight this thing. Whee! Dude, the mobility. Oh my god. My owlbear is still stunned. My boy. Oh, he's alive. All right, kill. How did you miss? I should have you multi-attack. I hate it here. My son, you've disappointed me. Ooh. 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 Go get him, Paladin. Oh, she's paralyzed. Finally, the Gur warriors can do something. Why are you all dashing? Where are you going? Where are you all going? Actually, where are you all going? Oh, you were going after him. Alright, well. I feel like I might have made a mistake summoning all of you guys down there. Or up there. where are all these things? Yeah, there's still like a group of fucking shitheads over here. So here's what I'm gonna have you. I'm gonna Gale incinerate. Right? No, I can't. Damn. Okay. What else can I do? Death Throne. Never mind. You're not in range. Oh my god, you do not have the range for anything. Fuck it. Do a super powerful. Level 4. Do a level 4 chromatic orb. Never mind. You can hit this one though. Alright, well that's that one dead. I'm very afraid of these guys beating up Gale, but I think he'll be fine. Ooh, reprimand. No, what else can I do? No, I just have to beat it up. And it's dead. And now you move. Advance. No, this guy could probably kill that. Where are you needed?
Heading there.
Honestly, do like a level 3 guiding bolt this guy. Right? Or you could finish this guy off. Yeah, finish this guy off. Nah. Damage. That did dig for damage. Alright. Who is this? Punch Man. Punch. You missed. Punch. You killed. Punch again. You killed. Nice. Punch Man. The Prince of Punching. Oh god, they silenced Gale. Oh my god. Where are we going? Who's this? Oh my god, Hunger Vidar. Lae'zel, kill this fucking guy. Damn, the crits. Shoot this guy. Fucking crit. Alright, that's all I can do. Alright, Zevlor. Kill him. Slowly but surely.
Absolute.
Slowly but surely we're winning. Oh god, please don't hit Gale. Oh wait, Mind Flayer domination on Watcher Guardian? Counterspell. Okay, now I need to have Gale. You go so far. What can I do? Black hole. That's so cool. And then hit him with the fucking, where is that? Where is it? Where's Mind Blast? There it is.
Best be on my way.
You're just gonna stand there? Big fucking jump. Path is interrupted. What do you mean path interrupted? Alright, Owlbear, get a kill. Never mind, somehow you... Yes, you can. Ah, alright, good enough. You participated. You're still paralyzed. Who's over here? Yeah, you two can kill him. This dude's so dead. What are you doing? I mean, the fight's pretty much done, honestly. Who's this Gale?
Of course.
Gale, hit him with that fucking... Oh, I can't do that again. Wait, really? Yeah. What can you do? Oh, slow this guy. Oh my god, I picked 6 targets. Never mind, never mind. I don't know. That's overkill. Hang on. Hang on. Give me 1 second. Fireball. Ooh. Must be 11 meters away. Oh, I have to be far. I see how that works. Alright, just smash him. Dude, you fucking missed.
What's the plan?
This fucking guy.
Got to press on.
Mine range. Oh my god, guiding bolt. Who's this? Prince Man, the Prince of Bel-Air. Fresh Prince. Start running.
On the move.
Finally. Who's this? It's me. It me.
Death won't take me yet.
I smite you.
This plane is breaking free. We
We did it. Short rest.
I can keep going a little longer now.
What is this? Karsus compilation. A compulsion. My back. Level 9 enchantment spell. Channel the stone's magic to control the crown of Karsus and dominate the Netherbury. The caster must channel the spell until the next roll for it to take effect. Oh. It's just a thing I have to do. Later. Okay. Oh my god, hi Cammy! It's Cammy! Hi Cammy! Hi Cammy, ow! Cammy, why you do this? Why you hurt me? Are all of my friends just like standing around now?
Another step forward.
Big door. Ooh, a treat for me. Is there anything else around here? No. What does the spectator have? Cookie. Oh.
Let's have a look.
Anything on you? Severed eye. I don't know what I can do with that. Random heavy chest. Potion. Can't open this. What is in here? Force open. Hello. Oh, were you hiding in here?
If you're going to do it, just make it quick.
I didn't come here to.
Painless.
I'm not here to kill you.
You're not? But you're a mind flayer.
Just get out of here.
Just like that. You're not going to suck our brains out.
Don't question it, Tilly. Just go.
Okay. I did it. I saved people. Mind Flayer, fly. Let's enter the front door.
Part of the Netherbrain stem. A bit higher. We should be able to climb it.
Brainstem. Can I touch it?
Not here. Come. Rise. Join. Waiting.
This is not the place. We must find somewhere higher up to begin the climb.
Oh.
Blasted Nautiloid! We need to get to that brain.
They have fucking cannons? So should we go the other way? Where's the Nautiloid? Alright. Let's see. We're gonna run.
Knight to King 5.
Need to act fast. Heading there.
Sliced and burned, dashed.
Psionic backlash. Ow. Can I? No. Over here though. Whee! Then I'm gonna go over here. Right? Yes, actually. I have an idea. Who is this? Invoker of Baal and Black Gauntlet of Bane. Okay. I'm gonna hit you with Force Tunnel because I want to knock you off. Never mind, you saved. Wait, can't I eat your brain if you're prone? I can! I'm gonna eat your brain. Eating brain. Delicious. Wait, where's Lae'zel? Where's the prince? Okay, hold on. Can we... Where are you guys? Oh my god, are you serious? Are you fucking serious?
Objective noted.
Get in here. Alright, Prince. Where are you? The Fresh Prince of fuck all? Get in here. Alright, whose turn is it? Gale! Gale time. Time to do Gale things. Gale, I need you to have more offensive spells. Okay. After this, I'm changing your spells. Because you... Actually, hold on. Scroll of Thunderwave. Are they almost dead? Yeah, okay. Shadowheart can kill him. Shadowheart, you can kill him, right? Right? What do you have that's AoE? Where are my things? Where are my things? Didn't I pick up bombs? I got the arrow bombs here, but I don't want to use those. Just like regular black powder bombs. Not counting the barrels, of course. Fuck it. Get over here. Where is it? Who's got it? Scroll of Thunderwave. Force tunnel. How can I kill you? Mind blast. Can I mind blast you? I mean, I'm gonna find out, I guess. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. Can I bring this down?
Stay here and we'll be swarmed. We must keep going. Find a way through.
Gosh.
Striking distance.
Who's this? Prince. How far can you go? How many of these? Oh my god, this is... Should I just have you go this way? Dimension door. Figured. Damn, I have to leave you here. Right? No.
What should I do? On I go.
Time to strike. No time to waste.
Are you serious? Push. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I fucking tried. That's really funny.
At the ready.
Oh god, they're targeting more. Disintegrate! And then do quick spell flinger. Hit this motherfucker.
Look to Queen 6.
I'm just gonna have you... wait a minute. Everything's about to explode. Like, everything's going to explode. How bad is this gonna hurt? Oh, wait a minute. I have a great idea. I have a great idea. I have a great idea.
In my favor.
Fuck. DM, can I take that back? Shit. Well, Gale is safe. These two are gonna be okay. How far can I move you to? Far enough.
My path be true.
I, however, might take some damage. No, I think I'll be fine. Globe of invulnerability.
Concentrate.
Can you do this and then come back?
Better give this a try.
Seems simple enough.
Are you serious? Okay, fine.
No end to them. This is futile. We need to move.
Swiftly now.
Fine, this is the one time I'm gonna have to do this. Arcane battery, arcane gate.
Ready. On I go. I am fury. I am death. My path be true.
Have to wait till next turn for you to close the gate. Okay, fine.
Light on my feet.
Have you caught up to where you were yet? Oh yeah, I've been there for a good couple of minutes now. Yeah, we're safe here. It's just targeting more. Close the gate. We just gotta run now.
Certainly.
I do want to know what's over here, but it doesn't look like it's probably just more enemies. It's a path, an optional path I could have taken, but I decided to go the path of the arcane gate.
Victory awaits. Taking position.
Oh, I can drop the dome too. Oh, my neck. Oh, I gotta stretch. Excuse me. I can just fly this one. Whee! What do we have in here? Ooh, the brainstem and a restoration. These remind me of the airships from Guild Wars.
Persistence. You have function. Leave them. Join us. Witness perfection. Witness the grand design.
Why are we not a team? First things first. Restoration. I love these things.
If not over, then through.
Oh, Gale.
I'm ready.
All right, man. All right, man. All right, man. All right, man. Get rid of Phantasmal Killer. Give me Blight. Should I do Ice Storm? I should do Wall of Fire, actually. Wall of Fire. Wall of Ice is also good. It's my only level 6. Actually, no, I'm just gonna leave level 6 to Disintegrate. I don't think I need Arcane Gate right now. Yeah, at least anymore. It was useful back there, but... Or should I keep it? Alright, it's just a backup, just in case. Haste, Counterspell, Slow. Sleet Storm, I don't need that. Darkness, I don't need that. Shield, Mage Armor, Chromatic Orb. Let's keep the Chromatic Orb. Give me Shatter. Disintegrate is always a good option. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it is. Ooh, give me... Should do Planar Binding. Cloud Kill. Glyph of Warding. I'll do Thunder Wave just so I can upcast it. And I need to give you... Where is it? Fireball. I hate Fireball, but I need it. Am I good with this? Yes. Anyone else's spells I need to adjust. Ooh, you could do Flame Strike. At level 5? How many 5 spells do you have? You have 2. Actually, I should save those, because you can... You do Planar Binding? Spell even, okay. I don't need to give you Freedom of Movement, because you already have it, so... Sure, we'll do Banishment. Fuck that. Flame Strike. What else can you do? Danceability, calm, emotions, blindness. Yeah, get rid of silence, go for blindness. I'm also half tempted to do Hero's Feast. I'll save your level 6 for heal. Alright, me? I don't need to switch shit. I'm awesome. You fucking know who I am? Brainstem. Are you ready to face the Netherbrain? Yes.
Can't you feel it? We're almost there. Once we ascend, the Netherbrain stem will be in touching distance of the crown, but reclaiming the powers of Karsus himself. I'm ready. Are you?
Are you sure you want this crown? Look at the damage it's caused.
You urged me to this point, and now you falter? What would you have me do? Sacrifice myself and hope that Mystra eulogizes my ashes?
Yeah, you're right. All right, I'll give you the crown. Or will I? I don't know. So be it. If the tide of battle turns against us, be ready to end this. Right? No. Because I don't want Gale to blow up. I don't want... Is giving Gale the crown the only way to save him from blowing up? What if I want the crown? I still haven't decided whether or not I want it. Anyway, whatever. So be it. Right? No. Never mind. I hate all these answers. I sound like an asshole. Alright, whatever.
Then I think it's about time we ascended. Don't you?
Boy, here we go. Oh, thank God my companions are here with me.
The site of power, the site of domination.
The Netherstones might prove more effective if we use them now.
Oh my God.
Figure from my dreams.
I know you. I know everything about you. Your thoughts, your feelings, your weaknesses. And so do they.
The crown lies ahead. Now's our chance to dominate it. Cast the spell.
Oh my God, yo! The Nautiloid is on the way. Oh great, I have to do this before the Nautiloid gets here. Wait, I can call forth allies. Oh shit. Dude. Dream Guardian. Dream Guardian. Dream Guardian. Are these all their Dream Guardians? But these aren't my Dream Guardians. I didn't know they also had Dream Guardians. Am I even in range?
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
No, I'm not. Oh my God, there's more! A Lithid Arcanist, or Lithid Arcanist. Target is not the crown of Karsus. Where? This is the crown. Yep. Dude, it's the hold on. Let me look at these Dream Guardians. AC 17, Charm, Human. The Emperor. This was going to come at one point or another. Astral gravity. Volatile shield. Affected entity has been granted temporary hit points by an Illithid. If these are removed by incoming damage, the shield bursts, possibly stunning nearby foes. AC 18, Apparition. Magic resistance. Dominated Red Dragon. Githyanki Draconic Cohort. Physically dominated. This dragon is being controlled by the deep twisting grasp of the Neverbrain Psychic Might. Does that mean I could remove it? That would be sick. Great Worm Scales, Magic Resist. It's a fucking dragon. 400 health. How about you? AC 15, 55, blah blah blah. Okay. Damn, this is a hard fucking fight. Oh boy. Hey, what are the chances I can remove that from you? Target isn't cursed. No, okay, I can't do remove curse on him. Okay. I will, you know, what are you talking about, Cammy? You got something to share with us, Cammy? You got something to share with the rest of this class? And we all go first. And we all go first.
Victory is assured.
I have a... Damn it, we need to do this in 4 turns. I have an idea. Actually, and it does involve Arcane Gate. We could Arcane Gate our way over here and then the Globe of Invulnerability, while our allies fight the rest. Do we need to kill the Emperor before I can do this, or... Damn it, dude. Damn it, Emperor. Oh my god, Emperor. Ah! It's the Emperor! Oh, Emperor. What a being you are.
Please.
It is a shame it must come this way. It must come to this. From here? No. That, oh god, no. I have nowhere near the range. Never mind, this isn't happening. Fuck, we gotta fight this. We gotta fight our way into this. This can only mean one thing. Kithraki Inferno. This is going to do damage, but it won't kill. Question is, who should be the one to do this? I'm thinking Shadowheart. You could Misty Step, then Dimension Door. Let me see my bag of tricks real quick.
Still breathing.
It's time to use my bag of tricks. Cause fucking hell, do I have a lot of tricks. Wow, I have a lot of tricks. Damn. Damn, hang on, wait a minute. You're right, Misty Step, Dimension Door, oh, actually, hold on, no. I was gonna say Potion of Speed. I could do this in 2 turns. I can make it in 2 turns. I can't make it in 1 turn. Because if I do make it in 1 turn, the 1 times consumables save the game. Oh yeah. Here's what I'm thinking. Potion of Speed, Dimension Door. I could Globe of Invulnerability from my placement, which would be next to the dragon. And then on the next turn, I could Dimension Door again and Globe of Invulnerability. Actually, no, because I would have to bring a second person with me to do the globe while I channel the spell. This is going to be Potion of Speed carrying me on top of Dimension Door, carrying me on top of Globe of Invulnerability. Who should be the one to come with me? I'm bringing Gale, bro. Alright, potion of speed. Dimension Door. Actually, can't the Prince cast Dimension Door and Globe? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I would need the Prince to go first. Prince's Dimension Door goes first. We can make it back here. What the fuck is that? Tentacle?
Blood comes easy these days.
And now I Dimension Door. And now he can't do Globe, so I have to do this. I have to do Globe. And then in the next turn, he puts up Globe while I channel.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Because I have scrolls of Globe. I have a lot of scrolls of Globe. Alright, Gale. You get to fight the Emperor. So do you. Okay, it's gonna be Gale and Lae'zel versus the Emperor. While Shadowheart summons back up. Actually, it might just be Gale versus the fucking dragon. Actually, don't you all have magic resist? You all do have magic resist. Never mind, Gale. You might be... I might relegate you to doing... something. What's your spell save DC? 19! Oh my god. I'm thinking. How do we break this? So I don't have to worry about objective now. I just have to worry about like literally everything else with these three. How are we doing this? I could have Gale also Globe. Because I need them all to get closer. I specifically need Lae'zel to fight the Emperor. We don't have the movement speed to even engage on this. I would have to wait for them to all converge. Who's best for converging? Oh my god, you do not have mage armor up. Why do you not have mage armor up? Oh my god, Gale. Wait a minute! Smoke powder barrels! I would need to pull all of them in. Gale and Shadowheart globe while Lae'zel blows everyone up. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Can I do this in one turn? I can. Though if the dragon breathes fire on your barrels go off. No. I can do this before the dragon even takes its turn. If I want to be real, like, if I want... Yeah, why not? You know what? Hang on. Gale, take a potion of speed. Okay. Here's how we're doing this. Gale, arcane gate. Right fucking there. Lae'zel, get in there. I need to be so careful with my clicks. If I click on the wrong thing, it ruins my action, which would fall apart my whole plan. Where am I doing? Okay. Barrel. 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 Oh, I can stack him. Barrel. Barrel. We need more barrels! Who's got the rest of the barrels? Oh, I have grenades too! Barrel? I need to get these closer to the Emperor. Barrel? Barrel? Can I get this over here? Oh my god, I can put it right here. Hang on, can I put this like over here? I can! Barrel? Barrel? More barrels! Who else has barrels? That's all the barrels. Barrel. Emperor, I'm putting 3 next to you. I'm putting a shit ton next to you, actually. Barrel. And barrel. I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up and I made Lae'zel move, which provoked attack of opportunity, which made the dragon attack. Wait, but there's still all this smoke powder barrel. Oh, she's prone. Reloading. I'm reloading. Dude, come on, that is so well set up. I told you, bro, I have to be so careful with my clicks, because if I misclick, because it's so easy to misclick on something. Your fucking character does the wrong thing. I had her move by accident. Whatever.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Let's go.
We need to use
the figure from my dream.
Uh,
Crown lies ahead. Now's our chance to
That's so annoying. Alright, Prince, Dimension Door me. Let's do the same thing. Dimension Door me. We go all the way the fuck over here. And then me. Where is it? Potion of Speed. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I need to fucking organize my fucking thing. Dimension Door. With the Prince. Then use the other thing to Scroll of Invulnerability. Okay, Gale. Use Arcane Battery to cast Arcane Gate. And then do the other one right there. Alright, Lae'zel. Alright. I'm gonna save right here. Literally an ammunition depot worth of barrels. I wish I could bring more. I really wish I could have brought more. It's so tricky with this misclicking shit. Hang on. Barrel number 1. Barrel number 2. Barrel number 3. Barrel no I don't know why it's turned over like that. More barrels. I wish the music wasn't so quiet. Just these last 3. I just need to put down the last 3. Barrel. How tall can I stack this? Come on, I just need to put this one like right here somewhere. Kept like right here. I want it in the. If I put it here, would it still hurt the Emperor? I think so. Yeah! Alright, let's take the portal. Wait, if I take the portal, will that still trigger advantage? Or opportunity? It shouldn't. Oh my god. Alright, Gale. Drop the portal. I'm gonna have you potion of speed. Here's the thing, how do we ignite this? Wall of fire or oh no, what the fuck am I talking about? Inferno, what the fuck?
Swords meet swords.
Wait, let me get Shadowheart close to us here. Who should be the one to Inferno? Shadowheart. Kithraki Inferno! Oh, this is about to be big. This is about to be big. How big can I make this wall of fire? Wait, let me save. I'm glad you're embracing the chaos of barreling. It's funny. It's just funny. Alright, Kithraki Inferno. Do like here? To here. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Yo, we just one-shot the Emperor! No, he's not. He's got 14 health. Oh my god! Lae'zel, kill him. Kill him. Kill him now. Do it. Do it. Hang on, I'm just adjusting these things. Misty Step. Alright. Kill him. Soul Breaker. Break his soul. Oh fuck. You know, when you think about it, it's a little thematic. Cause like she's like my wife, and she's probably like, I'm fighting for my mans, you know? And there he goes. Birthday. What do you have on you? Potions and heart-shaped rock. That also did no damage to the dragon. I'm pretty sure it's because you're immune to fire. Yep. Wait, really? Even with the force barrels? Because those do force damage. That's crazy. I might have put Lae'zel in a terrible position. Wait, no, you're not. You've got. You can just go over here. All right, Emperor down. Run back and globe. Yup, that's my plan. Shoot an arrow. It's funny. Crit. Nice.
I speak, they burn.
Who needs to globe? Before we globe.
I'm ready.
Wait, Shadowheart, you used your thing already. I'm gonna have you potion. I don't know what you're gonna potion of. I don't know what your shit is gonna do. Psychic resistance, sure. End your turn. Orpheus! Orpheus! End your turn. Are you carrying globe scrolls? You have one. Okay, that works. Globe! Alright, let's see what they do. Oh, you're dead. You can't fucking touch me. Fleeting Dream? What is Fleeting Dream? It's just Misty Step. I don't care. Psionic Suggestion. Hush. Silence a creature with psionic command. Oh my god. Dude, wait, they can silence. Wait, how can you silence me if I'm in the globe? Does that still work? Did they think of this? Did they plan this? Oh my god, dude, I just realized the background. Look at all the Illithid floating around. That's so cool. It's just invulnerability from damage. It doesn't negate status effects then. Okay, then that is unfortunate. I'm gonna have to do Psionic Backlash. Assuming you're the only one here who knows silence, although I would not be surprised if any of the arcanists know silence. Because if I can do Psionic Backlash, that could potentially break your silence. Let's try it. Oh, I saved. What are you gonna do? Mind Blast. Oh god. What's his face is stunned. Magic Missile, really? Magic Missile? You're so funny, eh? It's working. It's working. My only issue is Orpheus being stunned, but I can remedy that. Good thing I have 2 actions.
Still on my feet.
Alright, you are stunned. What gets rid of stunned? I have things that can get rid of stun. Where's my lay on hands? No, this is diseases and poisons. I should have lesser restoration. Disease, poison, paralysis. Does paralysis count as stun? Shit, I might not be able to break you out of that. How can I break you out of a stun? What's in my bag of tricks I can break out a stun? How can I break out a stun? Can I just help action you? No. Fuck. Would this break concentration? Freedom of movement, check scrolls. Does freedom of movement prevent stun? Where's freedom of movement? Hang on. I don't have it. Don't have it. Gale, do you have it? Do you have freedom of movement scroll? You do not. We have a scroll of literally fucking everything in the game. Guess you're waiting another turn? Fuck. Do I begin the channel? That's the real question. I could do a call forth allies and then begin the channel. Have them take aggro off. Because this doesn't require concentration. Which means I can maintain the globe. And then the prince's globe would just be a backup. Right now, best damage mitigation I can do is just decreasing aggro. So, who are we bringing? Oh, let's get Dame in here. The fucking goat. Where is she? Sword of the Silver Light. Yes. May as well then if the other spell isn't channeling. Yep. I need you to kill this one because she can... No, why are you moving? Dude, why can't... Hold on, what the fuck? Summon ally. It doesn't let me summon. Game. Why don't you buggy piece of shit? Why don't you let me summon? Ugh. I'm thinking here, I'm thinking. Okay, for some fuck all reason I can't summon shit, so... I'm gonna cross my fingers and start the channel. Okay. That's me. That's the prince. Now it's you two. 3. Lae'zel, what can you do to kill? What can you do? Start fighting spirit guardians. Start fighting the dragon. Who do I want to help fight dragons? Wait. If I potion of speed you, can you come in? Can you summon multiple allies? Ooh. That's so funny. Potions of speed. Call for allies. Bring in the Sword of Silverlight.
Into the fray!
Let's go, Dame. Call forth allies. Titanfall inbound. Excellent. Gale, I need you to do some shit. I need you to do some cool ass shit. Well, let me look at you. Of course you have magic resistance. I'm gonna disintegrate you. Oh! Quick spell flinger! Firebolt. Ignis! And you're dead. One down. Who could kill a dragon? What could kill a dragon? Fuck it. Artistry of war. Okay, that's damage. I want Shadowheart to get in there. I want Shadowheart to get in there. I just think it'd be really cool if she starts beating up dragons. Right there. Yeah, right there. All right, we have a front line established and we have a back line established. You do not have the movement speed. Okay, well. What can I do? Bestow the ability of fly. Don't they use movement speed? Can I still fly? I can't. No, I don't. Damn it! I fucked up. Alright, in that case, wait a minute, yeah, I can, hang on. Dash. Getting closer. Action surge. Alright, beat the shit out of him. Lacerate. What else can you do? You can't disarm a dragon, so just slash him. Critical miss. Critical hit. Evasive footwork. Alright, let's see what they do. Oh boy. Punch. All right, let's go, Prince. Back me up, Prince. Magic missile on 6 targets. What level is that? Counter spell. Wait, that was probably gonna magic missile me. That's kind of useless then. Oh? Did we win? Did I do it?
You feel it. A sudden shift. The brain is weakening. Its grasp of itself slipping. This is your chance. Even bound, its will is stronger than anything you've ever felt. The chains shake, threatening to break at any moment.
Its will is weakening.
What the fuck? I'm in another fucking dimension. The unbreakable will of the nether brain. Oh, the brain resisting the chains of Karsus. Defeat it before it breaks free. Defeat it as in, like, kill it? Or dominate it. I'm by myself over here. Oh, this isn't the crown. This is the will. I have to destroy the will. It's level 20. AC 15, 300. Can I do 300 health in 5 turns? That's the question. Psionic Retribution. The nether brain prevents no interference, and as a reaction to taking damage, releases brain quakes. What are brain quakes? 10d6. On an intelligence save. Great. Fucking great. I'm still speedy though. I'm still speedy. I'm speedy for oh shit. I'm gonna be lethargic next turn. What else are you? No resistances, 300 health. Aberration. You weigh 10,000 pounds. Jesus. That's a huge bitch. Anyway, shit. Alright, time to open the bag of tricks. What do I have that can do 300 damage? Do I have scrolls of disintegrate? Yeah, I do! I have 4. Disintegrate! Ow. Oh, that brain quake ate my other action. Should I have globed? Globe and then shoot. I'm gonna do that next turn. Fuck, I'm gonna have a whole turn wasted. I should have globed first. This might hurt. This might really hurt. Because I can shoot disintegration rays outside of the, or from within the globe. Alright, I end my turn. Take me back. What's going on the other side of the world? Oh, it's a portal. Does that mean I can have the prince come help me? The prince can cast dome while I do disintegration rays. How many turns do you have? You're lethargic next turn. Okay. What are your resistances? Just immune to fire and you're bleeding. Okay. Excuse me. What do you have in the what do you have in the bag? Lucito, I just realized you never had the Baldur's Gate stream thing. What do you mean the Baldur's Gate stream thing? The Twitch plugin? I have the Twitch plugin. Yeah, dude. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I had this on. Wait, hold on. No. Something turned this off. This was on. I turned this on and when did I turn this on? It's been off the whole playthrough, Bestie. Bestie, no, I turned this on in the forge. In the forge area in Act 1, I turned this on there. Because that's when, I think it was you actually who told me about that. And I was like, oh, let me look into that. And then I turned it on there. This is, God damn it, dude. Oh, well. That's unfortunate. I can't, yeah, it really has been off the whole fucking playthrough. That sucks. Just start over. I'll do it for the second playthrough. How about that? This was I guarantee you that was on. Because I've had the option on the bottom left side of the screen for whenever I'm in dialogue to let chat vote for options, for the dialogue options. I assume because that was there that that meant that it was on. Because I know for a fact I went through the process of turning that on. Gale, what am I having you do against this fucking dragon? It's fine, it's mostly so we can look at your party stuff. And yeah, voting for dialogue, I guess. I know for a fact. I ain't crazy. I ain't crazy. Dude, what am I throwing at this dragon? Fuck it, dethrone. Oh wait, you're magic resistant. Oh, never mind. Everything I do against you sucks. Gale is so hard countered. What can I do against you? What do I... OMG, a dragon in Dungeons and Dragons? I know, right? Crazy. I don't think there's anything I can do. You can't do anything, Gale. I could try and bone chill him, I guess. Fuck yeah, I'll try the dethrone. Alright, well, we got somewhere. Bone chill. Oh, I shouldn't have done the bone chill. I should have done the raise of fire. Oh, well, no, because he's fucking immune anyway. Alright, who's next? Who's this? Steel Watch. Pacifying strike that knocks the target prone. Main hand weapon attack. Nah, main hand weapon attack. Attack right here. Alright, the Alethid. Damn, that did good damage on the dragon. And the Alethid is prone. Prince! Get in the fucking portal.
Its will is weakening. The brain is almost defeated.
Misty Step. Right? Is that a good idea? Yeah. Globe. I made this invulnerable. Oops. Bad position. Never mind, drop the globe. Fuck. That's funny. It's okay, I got 5 more turns. I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. Dude, this dragon's almost dead. We can 100% kill this dragon. We can 100% kill this dragon. Damn it, Shadowheart. I wish you could fucking do... I would kill for you to be able to do Sunbeam. Except you could totally do Sunbeam. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you know how many scrolls that I have? Oh, never mind. You would hit friendlies. Friendly fire. Hang on. Where's Dame? No, there she is. I can strafe for Lae'zel. Damn it. Never mind, I can't do shit. Can you shoot the beam from here? Piccolo, I need you to shoot the beam from here.
Got to concentrate.
That should be good enough. That should be good enough. Ah, no, it's just out of range. Another idea. Can you, like, go over here? Actually, do your damage. You might not even need to fucking do Sunbeam. Okay, you missed. You missed again. Damn, 26 damage. Ah, you already used fucking... Damn it.
Stay focused.
There has to be a way I can angle this in the correct way. If I angle it here, yes, it'll still hit the head. Nice. Sunbeam. That did dick for damage. Wow. Can you do that again? You can, because you're hasted. Sunbeam. Ah, jeez. I might be able to kill this dragon. I'm 100% gonna be able to kill this dragon. Go get him, Dame. Dame, why didn't you do anything? You skipped your turn. God damn. Sentinel. And you still miss. What is your AC?
My will is infinite. It will not be broken by you. It will break you.
Orb of negation. Oh. What is this? I'm scared of this fucking orb. Oh god, I'm lethargic. Okay, we're good. Can you flurry of blows this thing? What is marked for negation? It's only, I think it only counts if we're out there, right? No. The affected entity is within the range of the Netherbrain's Orb of Negation. The orb will explode on this turn, dealing an astronomical amount of damage. Okay, but I'm in the orb, so we're fine.
Execute me.
Shadowheart. We need more people in here. Moon Maiden Lady? Yeah, let's get the Moon Maiden Lady in here. Wait, hold on, what? Oh, you just heal. It doesn't bring it. It doesn't actually bring her in. That sucks. Damn, who do we bring in then? I'm tempted to bring in the Hell Riders. They're pretty cool. Who else is out there? The Floric, the Flaming Fist people kind of suck. So do the Watch people. Really, the only cool people are the... Actually, let's get some assassins in here. There's also the Hunt Wardens. You think they would be able to help out with the dragon? Oh, this thing's only got fucking 64 health, actually. Hang on.
Time to strike.
Lazel, can you kill this? Precision attack. Please. Oh my god. Precision attack. That's my fucking wife right there. That's my fucking wife. That's my fucking wife right there. They didn't have anything on you. Let's go, wife. Are there any other enemies next to us? No, everything around us is kind of dead. There's tentacles, but I'm not really worried about those. Where are the rest of these mind flayers? I see two over here. Oh, this is over here. Yeah, it's just these guys. Okay. Fly. Whee! Oh my god. Alright, well, I get to kill him. None to do but kill. You're out of range. Second wind. Wait, will this use your die? No. Alright.
My faith will protect me.
The two of us. Are you lethargic? No. I'm about to be lethargic. So here's what we're gonna do. Fuck. Hang on. Dimension door. And then I'm gonna call forth allies. Should I bring the Hell Riders or the Assassins? Let's do Assassins. I haven't summoned these guys. Yeah, I don't know what they look like. Oh god, you have fucking bows and I summoned you next to them. It's alright, you guys should be fine. Sanctuary on Gale. Why don't you move, Dame? Why is your AI broken? Why do you suck? Oh god, Gale's stunned. Oh god. Oh no, she's gonna die! Oh wait, no, that wasn't the main guy. Never mind. I don't care for these NPCs.
Obey.
I thought she was three fingers. Oh my god, there's another one. How are you supposed to normally do this without the orbs, or without the orb of invulnerabilities? Because that's just so much damage. Oh. Who is this? Punch Man. Punch Man McGee. Do your fucking thing, bro. Damn, you crit. Punch. Flurry of blows. You're out of key points. Who's this? Lae'zel. Oh damn, dude, shit sucks over here. Fly. Strongest character in the team. Oh my god. Strongest character in the team. Oh my god. Jesus. Do you have the movement? I don't want to bring you in there because you don't have the movement speed to get into the orb of invulnerability, so I'm gonna leave you out there. Alright, who's this? It's me! I can finally fucking do shit. Alright, where's my raise? Disintegrate! Pew! Almost, almost. One more turn. Wait, I can do that again. Disintegrate! Oh, fuck, you saved. I have one more turn. Bardic Inspiration. And Dame is useless. It let me control Dame in the last fight. I don't know why it didn't let me do it now. That's gonna hurt. Oh, that really hurt. Hang on, give me a second. The globe is so OP. The globe is carrying this entire encounter. Who's this? Bardic Inspiration. Rays of Fire. Wait, no, aren't you like resistant to fire? No, you're resistant to cold. Damn, it ups your armor class by 5. Oh, because you have shield on. Ugh, my fucking neck. Ooh. Crack the shit out of my neck. What am I hitting you with? Fuck it, Rays of Fire. Oh, god damn!
With haste.
Hey, get up there. Punchman McGee, do your thing. Nice. God, you fucking suck. Aside from your abilities. Alright, who's this? Shadowheart.
Got to press on.
Will is dying. Or not Will, Gale is dying. Is heal too much? Heal might be too much. Do like a level 4 cure wounds. Alright, good enough. I could bring Lae'zel in there. Hang on, skip to me, because I'm about to finish this. Alright. Disintegrate. It's over!
it to die! Quickly!
Dominate the brain, become the absolute, conquer the world. Oh, the breaker paladin. Should I become king? I can do it. I have every possible right. I have everything I can do to kill everyone. Evil ending. God, I want the evil ending so bad. Oh God, I want the evil ending so bad. That's the whole point of being Oathbreaker, is that, yeah, I'm the good guy, being the good guy, but when it benefits me, I am the one who obtains ultimate power. Unlimited potential. Hang on. No, I should do the good ending first. I'll do the good ending first, and then I'll reload and do my canonical bad ending. Just because I want to see what the hero ending is like. Command the brain to destroy itself, the tadpoles, and then itself. Oh wait, no, I read that wrong. Command the brain to destroy the tadpoles and then itself. Okay.
I must obey. I must end.
Hopes, nightmares, and the screams of legions upon legions of unborn lipids. The pain rips through you, obliterating all thought, all feeling.
Oh yeah, it's a self-sacrifice ending because I'm a lithid. I have to die for the good of the world, kind of thing. No.
Silence. For the first time in a long time, your thoughts are entirely your own. And then, gravity.
Quick, someone, dimension door. Wooden stick. The power wooden weapons. Woo! The Faerun ending. I'll take that. I'll take the Hero of Faerun ending.
Everything you did,
Just to see.
everything you sacrificed, it was worth it. For this.
Until we enter the alternative dimension or timeline where I become ruler. But for now, I get to enjoy being the hero of Faerun. So what does happen to me? Do I die now? I'm going into this expected to die.
It's done. The Netherbrain is defeated. Along with the grand design, praise Mother Gith.
My powers, they're draining. Just like Mazora said they would. A small price to pay in the grand scheme of things.
It's over. It's truly over.
The parasite. It's withered. Dead along with the Netherbrain. I am cleansed. I will never be a filthy geich. Only mild offense intended, of course. You did the unthinkable. And I'm grateful for it.
I did what was necessary.
I will ensure that all Githyanki know your name and your sacrifice. What you have done today will start a fire that rages across the astral plane. With their lost prince returned, my people will burn away Vlaakith's corruption. And it is all thanks to you, the Illithid who defied a Netherbrain.
I couldn't have done it alone. Remember my friends when you remember me. It was all about the friends we made along the way, and the scrolls that I collected.
As you wish, my savior.
Scrolls and barrels.
People are leaving, and I must leave with them. Come, Lae'zel. We will free the Githyanki and dismantle the Empire. Let them be imprisoned no longer.
Oh my god, I have to choose if my wife leaves me. I mean, why can't she just free the Empire then come back? I could go with her. I mean, what am I doing? Do I have to? I'm not really doing anything. I could also have her pick. I want to see what happens if I let her pick. But also, why? You make it talk. You make it seem as if though we can't come back when we're done. Nah, I'll go with you. Oh, fuck it. I will join you both, and we will slay the traitorous Lich Queen.
Jacques Vonfindu, source of my joy, you honor me.
An Illithid ally. It would be most unorthodox, but advantageous. To look more Veer, brother in freedom. I welcome you to the fight.
Orpheus, I am ready.
Nice.
Julas! Juthas!
Lae'zel, remember when you did dragon riding roleplay with me? Wasn't that funny? Now we're riding dragons. Isn't that funny? Aw, that's so sweet.
Come, both of you. The future begins.
Bye, guys. Oh no.
Too hot. I think this is it. The engine's finally gone.
Fuck, I said I was gonna stay for a Karlak. Oh, I fucked up.
Yield, Karlak. This is not your time.
I fucked up. No, I wanted to be here for Karlak.
I'm not ready. We did it. I did it. The city's gonna be all right. My friends are going to be all right. I can let go. I'm slipping. I can't hang on. What's happening? Goodbye, sun. Goodbye, sea.
Oh. Oh, that does actually make me sad. I promised I would be there with her when she would die. Fuck.
It's over. And it's all because of you. You, who were destined to become a thrall. Thanks to you, there will be no Illithid empire, no death god's tyranny. You have earned your place amongst the legends of the Sword Coast. You are the saviors of Baldur's Gate. While navigating the disordered environs of Limbo, you and Lae'zel heard the summons, a telepathic emanation. You are accustomed to receiving dispatches and battle orders from the Githyanki rebel forces in this form. But this was different. An invitation to a gathering of friends. Those allies who stood with you against the Netherbrain. Those who thwarted the grand design. Those who made your war against Vlaakith's tyranny possible. You cannot join them in person, but you shall be with them again, nonetheless, to project your image through the cosmos. Such is the skill of the Prince of the Comet. You have no doubt it can be done.
Oh, you got the crown.
Thou wert called here, some from above, some below. For with thine bond, together thou hast kept the wheel of fate spinning when it threatened to halt. Though thou wert drawn far apart in the months after the collapse of the Absolute, tonight, fate renews thy bond once more. Thou shouldst take care to preserve it. It is a great weapon, wielded in the hand of good. Go. Know one another once more.
Oh shit, time skip.
Material plane. I'd almost forgotten what it's like.
I cannot remember the last time I heard the ballad of the endless spring performed. Now there's a ditty worthy of a knee slap.
Cool, fresh air. By the living gods, I need it.
Aw, we get one last party. Do I have all my shit? Oh, my shit's gone. Wait. Astrally projected. While your body resides in the cold expanses of the astral sea, you have projected a likeness of yourself here for the evening. Oh, right. I kind of forgot that the Githyanki exists in a different area, like plane of existence. Clothing chest. Wait, what? Alright, well, I guess now we just go around and talk to everyone, right?
Starting to wonder if you'd show up.
I had reservations, actually. I thought it might be too bittersweet. Oh, wait, no. I read that wrong. No. I'm not doing that one. I was wondering the same of you. I didn't think you'd want to be within a tentacle's reach of me.
What can I say? We shared something extraordinary, even if we didn't always see eye to eye. Let's leave old squabbles in the past. Oh, come here, will you? It's been forever.
I want to know what hugging an Illithid is like.
You feel a little more substantial than before. Less camping and scrounging off the land, I take it.
Are you saying I'm fat? So do many furries. It would feel cold, I would assume. Are squids cold-blooded? Actually, that might be true. You might be on something. I don't know how to respond to that. Are you calling me chubby? Brains are leaner than many food sources, I'll have you know.
Filled out and healthy is what I was going for.
Oh.
Don't tell me you miss living off whatever scraps we found in crates and barrels. I'm glad you seem well. Trudy.
Tell me what you've been up to.
Wandering, mostly. The adventuring life is almost a tonic when you're not constantly threatened by brain monsters and cultists. I can finally see the world beyond the cloister.
Thought that she turned into less of a bitch. She turns into less of a bitch in like Act 3. I feel like once you get her past the whole Shar thing, she becomes a lot nicer. I thought you might crave a little peace and quiet after all that happened.
Peace and quiet will still be there waiting once I've lived a little. Though, don't get me wrong, I've got a little cottage with a garden and animals in mind already. One of my first stops was the House of the Moon in Waterdeep. It's the largest temple of Selûne in existence. It seemed like the perfect spot to reflect on my parents, on where they came from. And where I came from too, I suppose. Hard to imagine, isn't it? Me, of all people, in the lair of the Moon Witch herself. God, your truest act of heroism was putting up with all that char and drivel I was spouting for so long.
Yeah, speaking of, right? Are you going to turn to Selûnite rhetoric now instead?
Not quite. But luckily Selûne allows you to forge your own path. Perhaps I'll be drawn to her, perhaps not. Either way, I get to decide. That's not something I was ever able to claim before.
What else have you been doing?
Well, I've had run-ins with my former fellow Sharans on a couple of occasions. Word seems to have spread of what happened at the cloister. Now other chapters of Shar worshippers see me as a prime target to offer up to their lady as a sacrifice. Don't worry. I know their tired old tricks better than anyone. They'll need more than a hooded cloak and poison blade to best me. Especially when I have a friend on the inside keeping me abreast of their predictable little plans.
A friend on the inside? You mean Nocturne? You still keeping in touch?
None other. The matter of her faith and allegiances remains complicated, let's say. But she is still my oldest friend. I have hopes that perhaps she might turn from Shar entirely given time. But that's a decision she will have to make for herself. If that day comes, I'll be ready.
What's next for you?
I don't know. Which is just the way I like it just now. Perhaps I'll just stick a pin in a map and see what I find, or head to the docks in the morning and scrounge a berth to find somewhere new. I'd like to see the islands, maybe, or head south to Arm. I heard there's an enclave of werecats that hunt the followers of dark gods by moonlight. I'd love to see if there's any truth to that. But enough about me. What have you been up to?
Oh my god, girl, I have been... Wait, why can I leave? What? I want to tell her what... What? Why is that my only option? What?
Don't be a stranger.
Wait, I don't even know what I've been doing.
I've missed wine. Had to resort to making my own cider recently, which isn't bad, don't get me wrong. But a girl can't have fun with apples alone.
You could have a future in brewing. Start your own label, maybe? Shadowheart's Special Scrumpy.
You might be onto something there, though the name might need work. Somehow it sounds rude, even though I know otherwise.
Can I have another hug, please?
Well, seeing as you asked so politely.
Yay.
That hit the spot. Don't be a stranger.
Okay. What have I been doing? Also, this is the area from Act 1. Isn't that cool? It's the Act 1 place. This is so cool. Let's see here. Underwear. Appreciate ensemble. Why do I have two empty spell slots? Eh, whatever. Owlbear! I want to talk to you. Can I talk to you? Oh, baby boy. Pet. Pet owlbear. Pet big owlbear. I want to communicate with you so fucking bad. I hate that I don't have access to any of my shit. Could I even drink a potion while I'm projected? It's good to see you.
He looks coyly at the ground, suddenly shy.
Oh. What have you been up to since we last met? I don't want to expunge these dialogues just in case I...
Now, there's a face.
Hang on, what's in this clothing chest? Is it my shit? What the fuck? It's just every dye in the game. I can't even change my color. I'm like, what? I can't even change my outfit. Is there... No, I definitely can't get any of my old potions of animal speak back. Alright, I'll do the rest of the dialogue. Where is the owlbear? How do I lose such a giant... Oh, there he is. Feathered hero of Baldur's Gate. Aw. Imagine not picking speak with animals immediately. I'm a paladin. I don't get speak with animals. Oh, I can't do the dialogue. I'm sad. This game sucks. Scratch. Best boy in the realms.
There's something strange in your old friend's mouth. What is it?
I'm so glad Withers remembered to invite my favorite companion. A sugar donkey.
Scratch barks merrily in something like agreement. He seems excited in a way you recognize. He wants you to throw the object he's dropped. But it isn't a ball. It's the astral prism.
It's really funny. Where'd you get this?
He whines. Less talk, more throw.
Oh, you're so fucking cute. Scratch, come here, boy. Ooh, pet the dog, pet the dog, pet the dog, pet the dog. Yeah. Oh. Where's the astral prism? Inert astral prism. Me when I get you. Wow. What if I get you first? What do I throw? Go get it. Yeah. Let me guess. He takes it and brings it back? No? Okay, that's fine.
What path lies before me?
Good dog. Very good dog. Alright, we still have like the entire party to talk to. Who are you? Halsin, alderman of the reclaimed lands. And you're drunk.
You would think someone of my vintage would be inured to the passage of time. Yet these past 6 months have seemed endless without your company. But now, our paths cross once more.
Oh, it's only been 6 months. Damn, dude. I'm still sad about Karlach. The feeling's mutual. I've missed you.
We have all pined for each other's company, I sense. I cannot imagine otherwise after what we shared. That bond was forged in a crucible that can never be stoked again, Oak Father willing. It is a bond that can weather any distance, any passage of time. I know it can, for I feel the longing for old friends in my heart each day.
You sound like you need a hug.
I always do. Should I ever decline, assume a doppelganger has taken my place.
Yay, I get to hug. I want to hug all of my followers. He's so tall. Here's the real question. What do I smell like?
That was more than worth the wait.
I'm sure there'll be more where that came from.
Rest assured, my arms shall be ready.
Aww.
Now, we have much to catch up on. Do not allow me to ramble on. I am eager to hear all you've been doing.
Let me just leave. Oh, okay. You first, Halsin. I want to hear about the life you've made, the people you've helped. I hate that I can't... If I do their dialogue, I can't exchange stories. I hate that I can't exchange stories. It's already like, either I tell what I've been up to or they tell what they've been up to. I don't even know what I've been doing. Whatever, tell me what you've been doing.
In that case, very well. Our community grows rapidly. In 6 months, we have turned what was once a shadowy wasteland into a true home for all. In another 6 months, I would wager the scars of the past will be entirely invisible, even to those who remember them. The old masonry of Moonrise Towers and Rythwin have been repurposed into new homes, and the land is rich with harvests and bountiful trees. Nature and civilization are in harmony. Stronger together.
Is this the balance you wished for?
In a manner of speaking, yes. Though it is a more complex, evolving beast than I could ever have anticipated. True balance is no simple, fixed thing. I see that now. We welcome folk from all walks of life. Anyone who wishes for a new start. Naturally, it can be chaotic at times, but it is a thrilling sort of chaos. It thrives in ways I could never have dreamed of.
Davy Jones, yep, it's me, Davy Jones. I have become Squidman. Keeper of the seas. I'll need to see this place for myself.
You are welcome whenever you like, and for however long you please. Now, please, tell me all, and spare no details. I shall not lie. I have an ulterior motive in wishing to hear all. It is the children, you see. My charges. Their appetite for bedtime tales is greater than I could ever have anticipated. Another story, Daddy Halsin. Another is the chorus that greets me each nightfall. They have all but exhausted my repertoire in but a few short months. No mean feat given the lifetime I have lived. I desperately need new material, please. My reputation is at stake.
Oh, he's a dad. Daddy Halsin. Damn, okay. He's got kids. Alright, let me see what I have.
I am all ears. Though I never cared for that phrase. A rather unsettling image.
Regale House, Regale Halsin with tales of your past 6 months.
You have kept yourself busy. I expected no less, in truth. I shall be able to keep the children enthralled for a few more nights yet, thanks to you. And should you wish to retell of your exploits in person, well, I shall not object to a night off. Now, it would be cruel of me to hoard you all to myself for the evening, as much as I would like to. I shall leave you to the others for now, unless there was anything else.
Oh, tell me about Thaniel and Oliver.
Quite often. They come and go as they please, but with so many playmates to avail of, they are far from strangers. They ask after you often. What you did for them will never be forgotten. I can see it in the land all around me. But more importantly, I see it in their faces whenever they visit. To make a child smile is to dabble with the power of gods, as far as I'm concerned.
Still partial to roaming in bear form, I take it?
I spend half my days in ursine form. The children demand it. I had a score of them taking turns riding upon my back just days ago. I'm glad they are so comfortable with the Oakfather's creations. But they must learn that not all are as amiable as I am. A lesson for another time, though. They deserve some joy. As for roaming, that impulse has dwindled, I must admit. Perhaps because I have found where I am meant to be.
You seem more settled than I expected of you. I thought that was against your nature.
As did I, but somehow I feel like I no longer need to roam. That I have found something worthy laying roots for. Amazing what can be discovered about oneself, even at a ripe old age.
And what of the Grove? Do you stay in touch?
On occasion, but I prefer not to interfere. Francesca of the High Forest is Archdruid now, and by all accounts, she has proven to be a steady and wise influence. Even Korga may yet find true balance, thanks to her influence.
May I have a hug?
By all means.
Big tall man.
If only we could stay like that forever.
Aww.
Before you go, I have something for you. Just a little keepsake, really. Do you remember how I told you I like to whittle? I made this. Ducks are my favorite, but I thought they were particularly fitting in this case. They are migratory birds, of course, traveling far and wide with the turn of the seasons. Yet, they always find their way back to where they belong. Just like old friends find themselves back in each other's company.
It's lovely, thank you. I will cherish this duck forever.
Just a token to remember me by. Now, I've taken up enough of your time. Go on. Enjoy the festivities. We can speak again later.
All this stimulating conversation leaves you hungry. To speak is not enough. You wish to explore the brain of your friend with your beak. Every time Halcyon speaks of balance, your thoughts cannot behave. You only dream of what cerebellum tastes like when it sends the signals to his vestibular system to keep him from wobbling.
Are you serious? Are you serious? What? 15? Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. 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 I'm curious, what does happen?
On consuming a brain, you become one with its owner. Every memory blends with yours. What better reunion than this eternal bond? You shall dine well tonight.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Can someone knock me out? Hold on, power word ruin? Oh my god. On 3 targets. That's so funny. That's so funny. What the fuck is that dice roll? Why? What is the point? That's the DM having a laugh right there.
Every time
laser beamed by Gale. Yeah, actually laser beamed by Gale. That's do I have to do this roll for everyone?
This is highly illogical. There are plenty of other craniums awaiting your suction, and this is a prize ally. And besides, this brain before you, its endorphins are in a joyous flow. It is a wonderful scent. The odor of friendship.
I do not like what being a mind flayer has done to me. It has ruined my thoughts. That's crazy. In an alternate timeline, this Gale really just actually laser beamed the shit out of me. Who the fuck are you?
Well, there he is. Gale in all his glory. I hope you're happy, the god of ambition. Have you ever heard anything more ridiculous?
Who put salt in your ale?
Carsus himself. He and his bloody crown. And you, for that matter. The Gale I knew wasn't like this. He recognized his mistakes. He was contrite. All he wanted to do was live. Unfortunately, he fell into company that turned his gaze toward foolishness. Yes, I mean you.
Gale is his own man, Tara.
False. He was mine. Though now he belongs only to his own pride. I know there's nothing you could have done to stop him. Not really. Once he'd decided to learn nothing from his mistakes, what use were either of our protests? Perhaps you'd be willing to come meet Gale's mother sometime? She misses him so. And I know it would do her heart a world of good to discuss her son with someone who knew him as he was.
So long as a visit from a mind flayer would not frighten her, I'd love to.
Jolly good. I'll tell Mrs. Dekarios to be expecting you. Oh, she'll be delighted. Things just haven't been the same without himself cluttering up the place. Enjoy your party, dear. I've heard you quite deserve a celebration.
Must practice acceptance. My new powers are to be utilized, not feared.
The only thing I fear is the ever-growing size of your ego, Gale.
Oh, Tara. It hurts to be so misunderstood by my oldest friend.
Freya, is that what you think of me? Freya? That's so funny. Freya walked away when I started talking to her. I hear laser beamed and I get Tarkov PTSD. The bosses just do this to you. Does that thing eat catnip? It probably does. It's just a cat with wings. Wait, what ending did you go with? The hero of the people ending. Savior of Faerun. But I made a save so that I can do my evil ending. I just wanted to know what the good ending was. What's up, Gale?
Goodness. Was Faerun always so dull? Still, at least the company was worth the trip, if not the view.
So you did it. You became a god.
I told you I would, didn't I? I imagine you're wondering how all this came to be. The finer points of divine ascension are beyond mortal comprehension, I'm afraid, but I can provide a rudimentary sequence of events. First, I retrieved the crown of Carsus and reforged it using a series of precise and highly complex Netherese incantations. Then, I used it. As you know, the orb within me was the half-formed Karsite Weaver. Magic left incomplete by Karsus's self-destruction. I finished it. Using the Crown of Karsus, I turned it into a new form of magic, fused with my being, driven by my purpose. And then I put it to work. As expected, Mystra was unwilling to hand over the reins of the weave, so I've claimed dominion over another area which I've passing familiarity. Ambition.
One of these options is so fucking funny. If that's the criteria for choosing a domain, you should be the god of wasting valuable loot. That's so fucking funny. What does the god of ambition offer his followers? Actually, no. Where's the crown of Karsus now?
Secure, at the heart of my domain, protected by all the powers at my disposal. I can say this much for now. Mystra is welcome to her dominion. My aims are set a little higher than offering cursory blessings to just any half-decent spellcaster. I exist not to bestow favors on my followers, but to inspire them to seize their destinies for themselves, exactly as I did. I'm their proof. Proof their hopes are not barren wastes, but the loamy soil in which their future achievements will flourish. Proof that with ambition, anything is possible.
Man, he's just yapping. Yeah. I like his yapping. What of those with evil ambitions? Do you encourage them too?
I am the god of ambition, not of the consequences of ambition. Nor am I the arbiter of good or evil, for that matter. At best, those concerned with the consequences of their actions might consult with Savras, god of divination. Though these days, I doubt he'd see them coming. I am ambition incarnate. As indistinguishable from that most potent sensation as Mystra herself is from the weave. And word is spreading. There are already several shrines in my honor scattered across the outer reaches of Thay, and rumors of a very prominent temple under construction in Arm. This is only the beginning.
Scam gods selling self-help books. That's so fucking funny. If you ever need a chosen, you know where to find me.
Don't worry. With the ambition you hold, you'll never be too far from my sights. Pursue your dreams, and keep me in your prayers, and who knows? They might just get answered.
Is that it? What else can I add?
It's quite something, isn't it? To be in the presence of the divine. Fear not. That tingling sensation is merely your body's way of alerting you to my presence. It's perfectly harmless. In small doses. Still, I mustn't frighten them. with
Dog
my
toy.
newfound powers.
Hi, dog toy. How you doing, dog
So
toy?
you made it! Now it really is a party.
Gonna try and get some sleep before the sun comes. No problem. Storm comes. Get some sleep, friend. Who do I talk to next? Sure, let's do Asterion.
Well, look who decided to turn up. I wasn't sure our withered old friend could live up to his promise. But here we are. At least I assume it's you in there. It's a little hard to tell. How have you been since, everything?
I mean, considering I have to make a DC 15 check just to keep myself from the temptation of eating people's brains, I admit it's probably not easy.
No, I imagine not. I am sorry. I wish things had worked out differently for you, but... well, no use dwelling on it, is there?
How have you fared since we last met?
I've taken a turn as an adventurer and hero. It turns out no one actually cares about murder, as long as you murder the right people. Apparently, I'm rather good at it.
I mean, considering your sneak attack damage, yeah, you are really good at it. Asterion, one of the good guys. Who would have thought?
Let's not get carried away, darling. I'm still me. Perhaps more me than I've ever been.
Do you ever miss walking in the sun?
I did at first. But then I realized. These shadows, this darkness, it's all a part of me. I spent too long defined by what other people did to me, the choices other people made for me. But that's over now. This is who I am. In all my glory, for better and for worse.
I'm glad to hear it. Acceptance looks good on you.
That being said, I haven't completely given up on returning to the sun. If the opportunity presented itself, well, I wouldn't say no. But until then, I am happy. We've had quite the journey, you and I. From the moment I first threatened you, I knew you were someone special. Someone to take on the world with. I will miss our time together. But then again, maybe this isn't goodbye. So much as it's, see you later, darling.
Yes. Oh shit, wait, do you have Ascended Asterion? Or Ascended? No, he's not Ascended.
After everything, this feels nice. A chance to take a breath, metaphorically speaking.
Maybe it'll bring us closer.
Jaheira?
Well now, you can make yourself presentable when you have a mind to. Your higher form has brought with it some higher manners then.
I miss you too, Jaheira.
Ah, how nice to be understood again. I have spent the past months bickering with builders and bankers, All to restore the city exactly as it was. Same twisting alleys for purse pickers. Same wooden buildings ready to get burnt by next year's dragon. Same cisterns overflowing. Huh.
I heard rumors the upper city was destroyed beyond reconstruction.
The upper city has been almost entirely rebuilt. That's where the gold is. Even the builder's scaffolds are cleared from the streets. No dust left to sneeze at. Baldurians simply get on with it. Stubbornness, civic spirit, plain stupidity. Perhaps all three. But nothing I will sniff at any longer. Harpers have come from half the world over to lend aid. Farmers, masons, healers. My own son, Jord, has been wooed to their ranks. Already he plans crop cycles in Worm's Crossing. Not so for my daughter. Ryan's rejoined the Flaming Fist. Temporarily, you understand. To organize the craftsmen. Though she spends more time locking up comrades for pocketing aid funds. They might learn a thing or two if they don't expel her. Again.
All well and good, but what about you? I want to hear what you've been up to.
There is still much to do. People to house. A Harper network to rebuild. I may have little love for this city, but so long as my family chooses to serve it, I can do no less.
Let me lend my tentacle. I want to join the Harpers if you'll have me.
The Harpers welcome any into their ranks, so long as their soul is willing. You've proven you have one, mind flayer or no. I have lived many lives. It is only right you be allowed to live another. Take this.
Ooh, memento. Oh, a Harper pin. Nice.
There is, usually a ceremony. Reciting of oaths, singing of songs. I'm sure we'll get to all of that as the drinks flow. For now, I give you only the most simple Harper creed. To look for the light, and watch always for the dawn. But to enjoy the night while we have it, huh? Now, before this night grows any deeper, I must inspect the refreshments. You'll never know. Some ne'er-do-well might have tampered with the wine.
Man, is that it? Hang on. Hang on, wait.
Why are you looking at me so? I'm enjoying myself. You look upon fun, Jahira.
Okay. Alright, who else do we got here? Volo.
Oh, at what cost?
Ah, my dear friend, it's been an age, has it not? You're looking, well. Our skeletal friend will be very pleased to see I found my way here, despite my invitation getting lost in the post.
The biggest yapper. He's alright. getting yourself into more trouble, I presume?
Always, my friend. But the villain I must needs slay today is my greatest yet. A deadline. You won't be surprised to find I'm soon to publish a little holiday read about our adventures together. I've gotten quite good at replicating your signature, so you needn't even bother with the release form. You might help me with the title, though. I'm considering The Hero and Me. What do you think?
What about Volo's Guide to Monsters? You think your readers will believe a mind flayer could be a hero?
Who says you're the titular hero,
I figured.
Oh, I jest. Probably. But believe you me, I couldn't have written a word without you. Perhaps, once the manuscript is finished, you'd even be willing to write a foreword? Or better yet, I'll write a draft and you can just sign your name. Better still, I'll sign it for you. Ah, your success really has been wonderful for my reputation. But you mustn't let me hog your attention all night, my friend. You've many friends to chat to, and I'd love to listen in.
A beautiful night.
Is that it?
I wish it could last.
Don't worry, friend. I'll be sure to send your royalties by post once the manuscript's published. I'm certain I have your address around here somewhere.
Okay. Will, the Blade of Avernus.
To your relief, your projection holds. It took a dozen Gish's talents, a few stolen psi crystals, and 2 10 days of effort to conjure it. You can touch, taste, and talk, but your fleshy body is in limbo, the home of the mystical Githzerai. Once the Githzerai were one with the Githyanki, until bloody civil war severed the Gith species. The Githzerai god king Menyar Ad-Gith sent word through the cosmos. He knows of your rebellion, and he's agreed to parley. Should the Githzerai join you, you could vanquish Flakith in a red dragon's blink.
A great warrior of the comet walks among us. Well, a projection of him at least. Ugh, probably for the best. I smell like a 70-year-old cinder. Withers yanked me from Avernus with my blade halfway through a Cambion's belly without so much as a chance at washing up. And you? I wager you and Lae'zel have cracked open more Kithraki heads than you could possibly count.
We've taken a more political approach and seek to ally with the Githzerai.
Diplomacy. Not so different from fighting, I find. You still grip your blade, you just hide it beneath a silken glove. How you thrill in the Hell Hunt. Slaying fiends is electrifying. The demons I've disintegrated, the devilkin I've bled, the stories I've been itching to tell. I don't suppose you'd indulge me.
Sounds like you're faring well without your infernal powers.
I won't lie. Losing the eldritch blasts and the hexes took some getting used to. Nothing but void, where once there was hellfire. So I stoked new fires in myself using the lessons my father once taught me. The Blade of Avernus is a ranger, a hunter of the most hellish prey. That ranger's left a mountain of corpses in his wake.
He switched class.
A tale or two. You'd indulge in one, yes?
That's crazy. He can't do Eldritch Blast anymore, so you switch class to a ranger? I'm only slightly judging you for picking rangers, because I don't like rangers. Tell me, I'm listening.
You'll have to choose one tail and one tail only, I'm afraid, or I'll be yammering all night. You want to hear about the Amnitsu at the Styx, the three-tusked Orthon, or the invading Goristroy?
A melee ranger too. That's like the worst one. Yep. Went from one of the most powerful spellcasters in our party to Minsk. You are Minsk level now. I don't know what any of these are. Tell me about the Three Tusks Orthon.
Word travels fast when a devil crosses the Delambir Vale near Daggerford. It had traveled a hell rift to a long-forsaken shrine. Luckily, the trail it scorched into the frontiers was hard to miss. It led to an isle of cracked rock in Avernus, floating amid a molten sea. The Orthon stood heaving, breath like brimstone and ash. And then it charged, splitting the ground with every thud so fast it left a trail of smoke. I could barely nick it, not with a blade, not with an arrow. It was the War Devil's weight that proved its own undoing. The third charge it made, I struck the rock with hail of thorns. The ground split apart the moment the beast stomped onto it. The Orthon slowly sunk, howling into the magma beneath. I let two of its tusks sink with it. The third I sliced free and presented to the first Duke of Daggerford, a rare trophy to grace his walls.
Your father must be proud of you. Have you been visiting?
I've seen him more than a few times, and he's as proud of me as I am of him. He's leading the city's renewal, opened the gates to all newcomers, rebuilt the council from scratch. And he's back in his element, commanding the Flaming Fist with brave heart and no shortage of empathy. The likes of Gortash can bend people's minds with a few chosen words. No tadpole needed. Bane's Chosen primed the Fist for a war they weren't meant to win. He convinced them there was an assassin hiding in every shadow, that cruelty was the correct answer to crisis. With a few exceptions, fathers pardoned every last fist. If my forgiveness not be Tyr's will, so be it. I shall forgive them all the same. His words, not mine. He still believes in the bow and the blade, but with Floric's help, he's teaching the fist a new lesson. Valor is found not in the wounds you inflict, but in the lives that you have bettered. May they all take it to heart.
I miss traveling with you. You were a pleasure to be around.
I've missed you too. The rush of battles we fought, the heart-to-hearts, the nights around the fire, the comfort of knowing I didn't face the unknown alone. If I had to do it all over again, and I'd rather not, to be clear, I can't imagine not having you at my side.
Incredible story. I wish I'd been there to play it out, to see it play out.
I wish you'd been there to join in. Oh, to battle together, just like the old days. I suppose that's my way of saying I miss you. Tonight, I toast not just the people we've become, but the people we were. Warriors, winners, saviors.
Shut up, Ranger. Yeah, he's like, oh man, it'd be cool if we fought together again. I would not want to fight with you. You, without your Eldritch Blast, you're so fucking useless. Fighting alongside you sounds like a nightmare.
Go on, the night's young. You shouldn't waste a moment of it. Or waste a single drop of wine for that matter. I plan on downing half a bottle myself. Oops, did I say half a bottle? I meant half a dozen.
Hang on.
Cheers to you. Cheers to Withers. Cheers to all of us.
I'd drink too if I became a ranger. Ah, it's so.
The whole gang is here. Wish I'd had time to polish up the horns.
So funny. Who else is here? It's Minsk, the mad Rashomar. What's up with you, Minsk? What's going on? What have you been up to?
Boo! We are not dreaming.
Oh, it's Boo.
It is our old friend.
Good to see you too, Minsk.
Oh, and it is good to be seen. Oh, after so many days down in the dark, Minsk began to wonder if he was some blind bug who had only dreamed himself to be large and bulksome. You will forgive the aroma, I hope. We were not expecting the Dusty One to open a portal to our very cell. Boo had a moment to lick himself clean, but there is a little too much of Minsk to cover.
What were you in a cell for?
Minsk and Boo have been helping, of course. We guard the streets, while Jahira is occupied with harperish matters. The Zentarum rule the city's underbelly, so Minsk and Boo went to give them a tickle. There were harsh words, battle cries, some manner of head wound. We awoke in a Zentish cell, awaiting trial by noble combat. Execution, says Boo, though I am not sure of the difference. It is a long walk to the gallows, and Minsk still has his fists, no?
It sounds like Withers got you out. Actually, no. Does Jahira know you're off the leash?
She told Minsk and Boo to behave themselves, which is why we shall be back in our cell by dawn. But leave such matters for the morn. Tonight is for celebration and the telling of tales. How have you filled your days since we tore this sticky tyrant from the sky?
Just living my life now that I've found someone to live it with.
Aha, the lovebirds still nest together then? Minsk is glad. For what is life without a companion? Though I am thinking yours does not sit on your shoulders, eh? Ah, you are right, Boo. That is none of Minsk's business. There is much merriment to be made before the night is done. Go, and greet the others. Minsk shall make himself presentable. Ah, this pond shall do nicely, Boo. Though I see no soap. So you shall have to blow the bubbles for me.
Okay. Is that all?
Away, my friend. Minsk shall soon strip, and Boo would not see you blinded.
I'm gonna walk away. Who the fuck are you? Divine performance. We live another day. Malili? Who is this bard here? Doing a fucking crazy, just some cool shit.
Oh, hello. Let me guess, you've got some suggestions about the music choice.
The music's fine, but uninvited guests are not. Who are you?
You have no idea who I am, do you? I thought Withers might have set the stage a little.
How do you know Withers?
I owe him a favor, one he is eternally invoking. I thought honoring the worthy was a fair price to pay for Withers to pull me out of the fugue plane. Alas, one purgatory to another.
I think you're being a bit dramatic. At least you didn't turn into a mind flayer.
Perhaps I've not sufficiently explained my predicament. Before I was banished to the fugue plane, I had song prayers coming out the proverbial ears. Guess how many I get now? None.
Musical prayers were once offered to Menil, Lord of Song, a minor deity whose worship faded after offending the trickster god Cyric.
I'm washed up, I'm afraid.
Oh. Even mind flayers appreciate a good tune. It's an honor to meet the Lord of Song.
You know? You're bloody right. It is an honor. Finally. The scribe picks an adventurer of substance, of culture. What can I do you for?
Nothing. Carry on as you were.
Fantastical news. Carry on I shall.
That's cool. Got the Lord of Song here. Let's see what else you have to say.
Greetings, O cultured adventurer. What can I do you for?
No, okay. Okay. What's in this chest? Chest of grateful words? Baldur's Mouth Gazette. What are they saying about me in the news? Witnesses encounter vampire spawn and live to tell the tale.
I must be careful to not
6
overindulge
months.
tonight, lest I lose control.
Oh my god, so many yappers. Shut up. 6 months since the assassination of Archduke Gortash. Elturian refugees refusing to integrate. Janeth House to host evening of art and culture, celebrating salvation of the city. New Bardic School, Tiefling founder secures upper city funding. Oh! I know who that is. That's one of the Tieflings. I'm glad the Tieflings pulled up to be cool at the end. Chest of grateful words. Oh my fucking god. The Tiefling bod got her own school. Yeah! That's so nice. Oh, this is a lot of letters. Official guild letter. This is from Three Fingers, I imagine. To the hero of the helms, we have followed your adventure closely from the day you fell from the doomed Nautiloid to the final blow you struck to the Netherplane as it loomed over the Solar Coast. Hello, Eidolon. Hi. Doing good. Reading my letters of admiration. Because I saved the city and the world. Also, hi, Beto! Where are we going? We are but a humble guild who pride ourselves in telling stories not unlike the tales to be written of you for many years to come. How inspired we have been to witness your feats, awesome and terrible. The lives you've saved and sundered, the friendships you've found. Thus we thought to extend a greeting to thank you for adventuring and such a creative determination, such penchant, enough to touch the hearts of each of our number. With deepest gratitude, the Guild of Great Genius. Oh, it's those guys! Wait, hold on, who is this? Letter from Art. Who the fuck is Art? Art Kaluga? To To an old acquaintance, I write to you from the sunny porch of the Last Light Inn. The Last Light Inn. Last Light Inn? Last Light Inn? From the Shadow Forest. Who are you? Art Kaluga. Oh, the guy who was in a coma. I write to you from the sunny porch of the Last Light Inn. A light breeze blows now and then. People are milling in and out, builders, visitors, and children of all ages in Halsin's care. I can no longer hold a quill or eat without assistance. A kind friend is transcribing this for me. Thaniel, rejoined with Oliver, has promised to be with me when the end comes, and as our old songs drift on the wind, even louder, I know I have mere days left. But I do not fear it. If not for your help, this land would still be shrouded in darkness, and I'd still be lost within it. Know that my heart is full and happy, and I am grateful for my last moments. Do visit someday, and if you have time to stop by an old Flaming Fist's grave, I'd love to see you, Art Kluge. Oh. I'm going to be going to bed soon, though. Have a great rest of your stream, Lou, and take care. You'll have a great night, Beto. Get some good sleep, friendo. Gee, someone's staying with someone when the end comes. Couldn't be Lou. Shut up. Letter from Valeria. Salutations. I'm writing this to... wait, Valeria. Who's Valeria? Bye, Betito. Have a good night, Betito. I'm writing to request your help in a mysterious case that has arisen since our little ball and bash a half year ago. Regrettably, I've had to take the credit for dispelling the ball cult in your absence. You understand. Or in your absence, you understand. And I'm working on routing the remaining ballists from our fair city with the only promoted Blaze Devala Fountainhead in tow, of course. This has made me a target. A false document bringing my name into ill repute has been made public, an alleged unpaid bar tab at the Elf Song. If you happen to be passing through with a bundle of coin, perhaps you can persuade management of my obvious innocence. Much obliged, Investigator Valeria. Salute. Oh, this is the fucking the fucking flying elf, or not elf, the flying elephant. P.S. Any advice on getting ballless blood out of my cloth? My hat's not been the same since the murder tribunal. You're so funny. Letter from Ravengard. Hero of Baldur's Gate, vanquisher of the Absolute, the city is forever in your debt, for without your valor, your audacity, your sacrifice, it would not know renewal. It was not temples and inns and homes that I speak of, but hearts. Baldur's Gate can never be the city it was before it suffered the Absolute's touch, and that is as it should be. Survivors have borne witness to their homes near destruction. They have come to regret turning a blind eye to the cruelty Gortash disguised as safety and security, and they understand, just as I have come to understand, that compassion, and unity are the foundation of Baldur's Gate. Our gates are open once more to the disowned and displaced. The Flaming Fist will learn to be true servants of the people, and I will devote myself to ridding the gate of the shameful fears that allowed evil to enter our homes and sit at our tables. Yours, Elder Ravengard. Cool. Letter from Voss. I get the Yankee script to Sura Dern's one side of the page, the other is written in the common tongue. Shellac. Oh my god. What a yapper. Homie wrote me paragraphs. Alright. Yeah. Okay. The Prince of the Comet shines ever bright. Breath by breath, battle by battle. Vlaakith's death draws nearer. We have taken to the astral plane, slaughter all who must be slaughtered, and spread the air's truth to every possible ear, willing and unwilling. Many Githyanki had already taken up arms with us as warriors of the comet. Others have remained in their enclaves or traveled to creches. Whatever. Dedicating themselves to Orpheus as scribes, spies, and slate scholars. But our allies do not all call themselves children of Gith. Zerith Minyer Ag Gith, the Gith Zerai's god king, has requested an audience. There was a time I would have thought such a coalition unspeakable. But Orpheus has spoken. If Vlaakith is to fall, perhaps the two skies must again be made one. Voss, Knight of the Comet. You said it right the first time. I don't know. I'm glad I did. I don't know. I can't read. Who is this? Alfira? Hang on. Who the fuck's Alfira? Oh, the bard lady. Nice. Hello, friend. I'm sorry it's been so long. Turns out running a school of bards is a touch more tricky than I thought. Who knew bards were so dramatic? I bought a small rundown house in the lower city and spent weeks putting down floors and replacing the windows. Turns out I'm quite handy with a hammer and nail. When I was relatively sure the roof would hold, I decided it was time to open. I put posters and took out an advertisement in the boulder's mouth. Gods, I was so nervous. I kept having nightmares that no one would show. But my goodness, did they? Children from patriars to peddlers lined the street. The queue almost went to Rivington. Turns out being friends with a hero of Baldur's Gate has its upsides. I'm teaching night and day and fall into bed utterly exhausted every night, but I've never been happier. Thank you, my friend. Lots of love, Alfira. Thanks. That's sweet. Arabella. Hey, you, it's Arabella. You remember me, right? Bone Man once said I needed to find a balance where creation meets ruin, where morning meets midnight, the root of all being. Fancy talk. He was right, though. After I touched the idol in the grove, it was like a big tree started to grow in my head. And all these weird thoughts and feelings and powers sprouted on its branches like big black leaves. I had to figure myself out, so I followed the weave, like Bone Man said. I don't know how I knew what to do, but I just did. After you squished the brain, Beard Man showed up. Beard Man? Beard Man? After you squished the brain, Beard Man showed up, said the weave led him to me, and me to him. He's teaching me how to make sense of all those leaves on my head tree. He says I need to use magic responsibly. He also says not to call him Beard Man. I'll let you know how it goes. Gale. I'm guessing it has to be Gale. Cool. Letter from Edvard. Who's Edvard? We have met so many fucking people in the duration of this campaign. I don't know who any of these. I feel like I'm gonna fucking forget who these people are. A small extract of self-published Polmic tabloid. A note is attached to the top. I will not be silenced. E. Edlink with Edvard. Friends, Baldarians, my people, consider your loss. Our lauded and benevolent patriarchs maimed. Our great upper city library is demolished. The very beating heart of our great city. the right to speak freely. Dead upon the cobbles. Do you not see, my friends? Lord Gortash, formerly our greatest bulwark against the Absolute, is now smeared as a collaborator. His ally— oh, wait a minute. This is the motherfucker who runs Boulder's Mouth, the newspaper. I was going to kill you. Damn, I really forgot to— I forgot to kill that guy. Shit. Oh well. Where was I? Dead upon the cobbles. Do you not see, my friends? Lord Gortash, formerly our greatest bulwark against the Absolute, is now smeared as a collaborator. His allies and colleagues tossed aside, former publications of repute turning to censorious farces. I ask you, the pamphlet continues in much the same fashion. Ah, great. You haven't checked your mail in a long time. Yeah, I fumbled that quest. I was going to stop him from publishing the smearing thing, but then he kind of just kicked me out, and I couldn't. I was gonna kill him after I destroyed the steel watch because he had steel watch protecting him, and I forgot. I had other more important matters to attend to. Letter from Sebastian. Who is Sebastian? The artist. The one who is possessed. Right? No, Astarion's previous lover. After so long in a vampire's cell, I'd almost forgotten how to write. Never mind what to write. But what can you say to a person who is... But what can you say to the person who unlocked your cage and gave you your life back? Or gave us some kind of life, at least. After you killed Cazador and opened our cells, we fled into the Underdark. There were thousands of us, a ravenous wave, mad with freedom and out for blood, and gods did we find blood. We swarmed every monster and unfortunate in our path, drinking what we could. We lost hundreds along the way, some to beasts, and most just disappeared into the dark. It wasn't easy, but eventually Cazador's house spawned, calmed us, and took control. They found some old ruins we could all call home, and we've been there ever since, building new lives for ourselves. We're not free down here. The dark will chain us forever, but we aren't the prisoners we once were either. And that's thanks to you. You looked into our cages and saw people, not monsters, and here down in the shadows we're trying to live up to that. Thank you. Now and forever, Sebastian. I also almost killed you. Letter from Floric. Dear friend, I doubted you for so long. Perhaps you knew that already. In spite of my best attempts, you proved yourself time and again. At Joaquin's Rest, in Moonrise Towers, in Worm's Rock, and I still doubted. The Netherbrain's defeat should have proven your courage, yet I was more doubtful than ever. This was a ruse, a dream, a trick. And then one eve, from the elf song, I heard it, singing. A raucous, lewd, tuneless, drunken refrain. I'd never heard anything more terrible and more beautiful. I raised my voice and joined the chorus. That was the moment all my doubts melted away and were replaced with something more valuable. Hope. Baldur's Gate will be whole again. I might have doubted you, but you never did. With profound admiration, Floric. There's so many letters, bro. I'm gonna be here yapping for a fucking hour. My voice is getting dry. Hang on, I'm gonna drink some water.
A beautiful night. I wish it could last forever.
I enjoy listening to you yap. Oh, thank you. Wait, hold on. Who is this? Look, Gurr. From Gurr. Who's Gurr? Yapping. Yappers. Yummers. Speaking of yummers, I had a chocolate milkshake yesterday, and it was very good. Anyway, to the spawn Astarion. Greetings from the family of Altma. Oh, it's the hunter people. Hunters of monsters and keepers of peace across Faerun. We know this letter finds you well, for although we hunt you no longer, we do sometimes keep a watch. Your restraint and control over your bloodlust has been admirable. Indeed, it has been an inspiration for our children, who have struggled with their own hunger. These last months have been a difficult time for our people. We have protected and nurtured our children as best we can, and we have learned much. Herbs we once used to dull our foes' minds are now sedatives to ease hunger and pain. Restraints built to hold the undead now protect them from themselves. There has been a lot of pain, but a lot of progress too. Our children learned discipline and control, while we learned compassion and patience. There was a time when we would have destroyed any undead creature, our own blood or not. We called it mercy. But then we met you. We saw that redemption was possible. Difficult, yes, painful, but possible. You saved our children first from Cazador and then from us. For that we thank you. We will watch you still, but with more admiration than fear. Walk in peace, Astarion. What if I wish I could... It'd be cool if they let you hand this letter to Astarion for some unique dialogue, but I don't think so. Letter from Elminster. The Grand Wizard. Gandalf looking ass. Do you recall the day we first met, my boy? You could have been no more than 8 summers old, clutching your mother's apron, eyebrows singed off by the fireball you unleashed into your neighbor's rose bush. You were crying because the flowers were so beautiful and you did not mean to destroy them. How kind, how eager, how brilliant you were, and yet so naive. You could not yet see that power so carelessly begets destruction. Excuse me, hang on. Okay. Where was I? But so too might your good nature be the guiding light by which your abilities might shape our world for the better. Oh boy, has the hiccup. I hiccup a little. Where is that child now, I wonder? Did he remain at Blackstaff Nose, buried in his books? Does he live within his mother's aging heart, weeping for those roses? Or is he within you still, lost amongst the trappings of godhood, so you casually... Lost amongst the trappings of godhood you so casually adorn yourself with? Wherever he is, I hope he can forgive me. To him, I promise I will not make the same mistakes again. Elminster. Barkus. Who's Barkus again? To whom it may concern, Withers gave me this address and said I could consider writing. Well, I considered it. Return address included best Barkus route. Remind me who Barkus is? Damon! I know Damon is. Hello, I hope this finds you well, but I don't know how I hope this finds you well, but I don't know how it can. I heard that Karlach died shortly after your defeat of the Brain, which I'm still fucking... I knew she was gonna explode. I didn't think she died, like, immediately after we were done. Whatever. Though I didn't know her half as well as you, she was unforgettable. I can't help but blame myself. Wonder if there was more I could have done. Believe me, I wouldn't be caught short again. I made it my business to learn all I can about infernal metalwork, in case another Karlach should ever visit my forge, but then again, how could there be another? She was absolutely singular with sympathy, Damon. Damn. Sad face. A letter from Nocturne. Dear Shadowheart, I hope that you are happy and well. I must keep this short as I remain surrounded by Shar's followers at almost every waking moment in my new enclave. I dearly wish for you to enjoy your night spent with old friends, and I hope that you and I shall share such a reunion. I know it must seem strange for me to dwell on such heretical thoughts, yet I cannot help myself. Perhaps one day I shall find some measure of the bravery that you did, and walk away from this life. Until then, I shall keep safe and hold memories of you as one of my Ember of Light. I'm having a brain fart, sorry. As one of my Ember of Light amid an ocean of darkness. Until we find each other again, yours always, Nocturne. That's cute. I don't want to be like weird and be like, ooh, I hope they like each other. But they have a nice friendship. Letter from Hope. Who's Hope again? Hope. From the House of Hope, right. I had a dream last night, not that there were any nights, not that there are any nights here, or any days. It was a dream about you, all of you, and you were here with me, and I had served bread and jam and oat crackers and cheeses and enough tea to quench a desert. You nibbled and sipped and smiled and laughed, and you asked if I was happy. Nobody has asked that for so long, and I don't know if anyone has ever asked at all. I didn't have the words to answer, so instead I led you through my house and showed you all the souls that are here with me. They were Raphael's once, but now they only belong to themselves. The archive is an art gallery. The boudoir is a grand kitchen. And the dungeon is the refuge for any wounded soul or creature that finds its way to us. Am I happy? I don't know, but I am Hope, and I persist because of you. Oh. Letter from Marina? Oh! The hag lady! I thought I'd reach out first for once. I finally had my baby, a beautiful boy. I can't believe I never thought of giving him up. I can't believe I ever thought of giving him up. He screams his head off half the night. I've barely slept, but I'm the happiest I've ever been. Other than my wedding day, of course. I decided to name him Connor after his dad. With Ethel gone, myself and some other hag survivors have started our own publishing house. We've only printed a few pamphlets so far, but I'm halfway through my first book. Me, an author. It's like something out of a dream. Mind you, it's all about how to kill hags, but you know what they say, right? Well, you know. With every pamphlet we publish, more people show up to our support groups. As happy as that makes me, it breaks my heart to see how much harm Ethel did. But so long as I live, another hag won't set foot in Baldur's Gate. You have my word. Anyway, the reason I'm writing isn't just to talk your ear off, it's to say thank you for saving a scared young girl who thought she'd be a terrible mother. I couldn't have been more wrong. Next time we meet, pints are on me. Marina. I liked your quest line. The whole hag quests, I like those. Letter from Nine Fingers. I did not mean to pick that up. Get the shit out of my inventory. I'm not much for leaving my city. It does gladden a girl's heart to be asked to the ball, so I'll thank you for that much. In my place, accept a few casks of a fine vintage that managed to roll their way down from the upper city to all the commotion. The rebuilding has given rise to many such happy opportunities, worth discussing over a more civilized drink in my guild hall. If you find yourself at a loose end, enjoy the muck and see if you can get the high harper to sing you, well, and see if you can get the high harper to sing. You won't be so disappointed. 9 fingers. Zevlor is the last one from Maul. Harp stamped letter. I don't. Wait, did I get one from Maul? I don't think I got a letter from Maul. Aw. That's like the one person I want to get a letter from. That's sad. Let's see what Zevlor's doing. I hope my penmanship has improved somewhat in the past months. When I first stumbled into the city, I shook so badly that I could barely, scarcely hold the soup the priests pressed into my hands. Let alone write, and thank you as you deserve. It is only when the city itself began to shake that I felt my hands grow still, along with the other veterans sheltering in the temple, discards of Elturel's unworthy legions. I watched that monstrosity rise over the city. We felt no fear, only anger, disgust, purpose, and with it, power. I do not know what oath we cling to now, or how long it will last, but we shall use it to ensure that this city will no longer suffer as Elturel did, whether it wants us or not. It is more than thanks alone I owe. No words can make amends for what I did to my people, and that is as it should be. More come to the temple every day to aid in the relief efforts, and if I am permitted to work alongside them, then I am content. Come and see us when you can, Zevlor. Harp stamped letter. I'm guessing this is the harp guy. Harper Geraldus. Yep. My friend, I hope this finds you wherever you are. I just wanted to thank you and ask a favor. I'm not made to be a watcher. The High Harper put me forward to the Harper Council for service to the city, but I'm not sure what that means. But I know that if it wasn't for you, I'd be back mucking out my mother's yard. I am permitted to bring one guest to the ceremony who will name me Watcher before the council. You spoke for me once before. I understand you're probably busy, but I would be honored if you do it again. I await your reply whenever you can, but hopefully soon, ? Harper Geraldus. I might not be able to make that. The first protocol. Who wrote this? Orpheus! To the... Oh, fuck me, you're really not good at pronouncing Gith Yankee words. To the Malagir who freed me, to Lae'zel, to Lek Magir. My words come to you on a slate, for they are immutable and eternal. You are not just liberators, you are all warriors of the comet. Whatever land you travel, whatever sea you cross, whatever plane you grace. Vlaakith's pawns fall one by one at the hands of my faithful, but the city of death stands. And the queen sits on her vile throne at the center, but we stand at a precipice. Lae'zel, thanks to you, we are soon to restore an old kinship, and Vlaakith will burn in the fires thus stoked. The protocols are written anew, and to you, Mlagir, I dedicate the first. All who call themselves Gith shall unite under one sky. Gith Kak Tavkim Krashith. Orpheus. Orpheus! Orpheus, Morpheus, Dorpheus. Orpheus drinking a 40 in a death basket. Alright, with my wife. Levitation. Levitation. Hello, wife.
For 2 months we trained as Knights of the Comet. For 2 more we skewered Kithraki bellies. And for 2 more yet we traveled through Limbo. It has taken all of Orpheus's efforts to conjure our projections here, and all of mine to convince him to let us come. Worth it, I'd say. Right here, right now. There's no other place I'd sooner be. Enjoy your night, chatter away. For tomorrow, we face Zareth Minyaragith.
Zareth Menya-Agith. And well you know the name. The immortal god king of the Githzerai, and the ruler of their capital, Shraktalor.
You really think Minyar-Agith will help us destroy Blackett?
I do. Minyaragith is an ascetic. He reached out in good faith. He will aid us if we meet him in the same spirit, my love.
Love. The word hangs in the air for a moment, before Lae'zel continues, unfazed.
And if he refuses, we carry on. Gravity pulls us in but one direction. We are warriors of the comet. We will blaze forth until we burn Vlaakith's bones to ash and smash her phylactery to pieces. And when the comet has risen, we will be forever together, as surely as Kalir will forever circle the sun.
Oh, what has become of the egg, Lae'zel? Has it hatched?
So it has. And a fine man the hatchling will be. I call him Zaan. Freedom. He is with the mages of Zamvar-Dim. I trust his care to no one else. Zaan's destiny will be his own to follow. Warrior, poet, explorer, scholar. His way will be the way of the comet. No chains to bind us, no lies to bury us. Liberty will be the rallying cry that unites our empire.
I love you, Lae'zel. To fight at your side is an honor and a pleasure. Because you do so much damage.
Love. Until I knew you, I thought the mere idea a joke. A weakness indulged only by lesser species. You proved me a fool. I am forever grateful.
Nice. Reach out to Lae'zel, seek the warmth of her touch. You know what I noticed? Halcyon is the only person who I've been given, like, the... Oh god. Is that what kissing a... illithid is like? What was I gonna say?
Taste I will never grow tired of.
Oh. What was I gonna say? Halcyon's the only person who I've had to, like, fight myself to not eat the brain of. It's just so odd. Slaps Lae'zel, she could fit so many Yo, for real. Dude, I will not get over the way. If you weren't there for how she killed Orin in a single turn. It was fucking epic. She does so much damage, and she thematically fucking blows up the Emperor with so many barrels and still killed his ass. What a fucking cool ass teammate. She does the damage so that I can tank the damage. It's unstoppable force meets immovable object. Because my AC, bro, crazy. Is that all you have to say?
This is... nice. Yes. I think that's the right word for it.
I still had stream up. I saw the Orin fight. Good. That Orin fight was awesome. Is that everything? That is, I believe that was actually like everything. Can I... What do I...
Gang is here. Wish I'd had time to polish up the horns.
What do I do now? Can I enjoy the bonfire?
God among men.
I did not mean to put it out. I'm sorry.
Perhaps the bard knows some of my favorites. Unless my taste in music is too antique, of course.
Oh, wait. The objective. There's an objective. A fitting farewell. Attend Withers' gathering. Now that the dust is settled, Withers has gathered my remaining comrades, companions and followers for a celebration of... Hi, Basswood. Glowing gem. What was the treat? Oh, well, I ate it anyway with my big cat paws, because I am Kitty now. Kitty, savior of the world. Oh my god. Hello, hello, Withers. What have you got around here? Scroll of Disintegrate, Scroll of Circle Death, Gold Pendant, Book of Willing Souls, Holy Water, blah 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 blah. Withers! Actually, hang on, there's one thing I want to do. I just want to see something. Actually, hold on, I just realized something. Oh my god, look at all the buffs I have. Oh no, that's all. Okay. Gale! I just want to see. Level 12 human, AC 13. You have 300 health. Aura of Possibility. Any allies near Gale Decarios? I had no idea your last name was Decarios. The God of Ambition. Receive a +10 bonus to all ability checks. That's all? I thought you'd have something cool to say. Or to... your tag. Okay. And Gale still one-shot you, yeah. Tell me, what he hit me with? Like, power word? Hit me with a fucking power word, dude. Of course I'm not surviving that shit. Alright, Withers. Roll credits.
Thou feelst it still. She is not here. She who was the boldest. Hast thy thoughts been with brave Karlach often?
Oh. Can't you bring her back?
She would not come.
The world is so much worse with for her being gone. There was no one like her.
To leave thy burden unspoken.
I pressed the wrong button.
Is to leave thyself burdened. In the fugue plane, her soul burns so bright, it pains the gods to look upon. Recall that in time, all changeth and all is rejoined. Thou shalt be with her again.
Let me check something real quick. Okay. Damn, I really fumble with with Karlach. I think I've caught up with everyone. What comes next?
What indeed? Prick up thy ears and listen. The balance of the world restored. The balance of these lives, mortal and otherwise, brought to account. Hear me. Our heroes, wastrels, friends. I have waited long to tell you these words. It is over. For now. Thou played thy part in weaving the fabric of fate itself, but for every thread you sewed, so did the gods unravel another. Sleep, rest, revel, but be ready, for thou mayst yet be needed. Until we meet again, I wish thee every possible fortune, health, wealth, love, and above all, problems worth solving.
Fuck it. To Baldur's Gate.
To you.
Ah, there it is. Credits. That was good. This game rocks. A little buggy. Sometimes it fumbles with the dialogue, but I mean, I finished this. I didn't put like 150 something hours into this game for nothing, you know? Oh, yeah. We did it, everyone. Woo! We finished Baldur's Gate 3. When did I start streaming this? Let me see if it says on my channel. When was episode 1? I feel like it was like months ago. This game really took me months to finish. Worth it though. I love this game. This is, I mean, you know, there's a reason why it won Game of the Year, right? Let me see here. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it. There's also a chance that the VOD probably got obliterated. Do. What is your total hours? Steam should say it. I'm about to find out right now. This game is why we're friendos, yeah, and why you cannot escape my clutches. I love you too, Snacks. Damn, this game really did bring me together with a bunch of friends. Oh my god, like both in like a digital sense, because I you know, you kind of develop a relationship with all your companions, and it really did. Like this game, like I only see back to episode 14. Ah, yeah, then the VOD got obliterated. Shame. It definitely took probably like 3 months. I could check actually when I probably first booted up the game. What was I gonna say? Yeah, this game like fundamentally like changed changed my channel. I met friends. I don't know. not. I don't know. I don't want, like, I'm sentimental about it. It's like, you know, it means a lot. Not only because like it was a game that I really liked, but because it also like happened at like a very pivotal time, and I got to meet all of you. You know, I didn't just do this by myself. I have everyone here. The lurkers, the chatters, the subscribers, the followers, everyone. The people in my Discord, like, this has been going on for months. Before this game started, I was such a small... there was no one here. I had no one here. People would come and go, but now I have people. And it means a lot. Me being annoying with info you didn't ask for. Honey, you are not annoying, Cammy. Stop. I love the info you give me. Being able to talk D&D with people is fucking great. Also, you did also help me in a few times. Same with Snacks. Not only did me and Snacks become friends, but Snacks, you also helped me get the fucking... I would not have gotten the mace of Lythander if it weren't for you. If you didn't help me out with that puzzle. Which was fucking sick, by the way. I love that mace. I literally carried that throughout the entire game until I got the Orphic Hammer. I carried around legendary plot items with me the entire duration of the campaign, which is so fucking cool, by the way. This game is full of so much cool shit. I love RPGs. I'm a lot more familiar with Act 1 because I scrubbed the shit out of the game. That's why halfway into Act 2 I stopped showing up. No problem. But hey, then we still got to spend time together. Because I didn't want to get spoiled on alternate paths. Was that a cookie? Thank you, Dog Toy. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Brings a smile on my face. It makes me genuinely happy that people showed up and then came back. You know, I didn't do this by myself, and this is gonna go on the VOD channel. You know, I'm gonna archive this. I get to add Baldur's Gate 3 onto the list of games that I have finished on stream to completion. I'm very happy about that. Which I have not been updating. I need to update that. The VOD channel has been kept up to date up until Baldur's Gate. I have not uploaded a single Baldur's Gate VOD. I have all of them. That's not true, actually. I'm missing... Oh, fuck, dude. I'm still pissed about this. I'm missing episode 9 of the playthrough, which was the Act 2 finale. That VOD got fucking Thanos snapped before I could download it, so... It's going to have the entire playthrough on YouTube minus that one episode, which I'm upset about because it was Act 2 finale. It was a very significant episode to the plot, but whatever, no matter. I'm over it. Lou, why are you downloading the VODs? Because I want to. Because there's a technicality. You can upload them directly to YouTube. Yes, but then it like doesn't let me edit them in the way that I want. It's a small nitpicking technicality. I just download them and re-upload them. And even then, like, it doesn't automatically do it, which I would be cool if it did. I just upload that shit raw. I don't. I mess around with it a little, change the title, put some shit in the description, put tags in, all that. I really don't do enough. And it's that small, like, content creator type of shit that, like, I kind of half-ass this shit, don't I? It's okay though. Brazilian Portuguese localization. Games in Portuguese. Never even occurred to me that this game has like different languages. Are the characters dubbed in other languages? I'm curious to see what they sound like. French localization. Dude, the soundtrack is so good. French playthrough next. I don't even fucking understand a lick of French. That would make it difficult. That would make it annoying. This game's in Korean. If you want to see me play this game in another language, yeah, look, there it is. Latin and Spanish localization. Oh, thank you. This game is in Spanish and Polish, apparently. I don't speak Polish. Okay. I like this. I'm out of words to say now. All right, we can skip the credits.
There thou art, the dead three. Thy faces gods, thy actions barely worthy of the name. Didst truly believe thy ploy would succeed? Didst believe I would not notice? Thou soughtst to bolster thy strength by taking away the souls of mortals. But souls vanish when their hosts become mind flayers. Didst think the other gods would not notice? Gods thou may be, yet thou hast proven thyself fools, everyone. The supplication of Bane, the whimper of Baal, the death mule of Merkel. Felled by mortals, I overestimated thee. They did not. Vermin, away. Thou wilt trouble us no more.
The audio is delayed in the cutscene. That's not in the Elgato, and that bothers me, but whatever. Hey, title screen. Okay. Do you guys want to see the alternate timeline? The evil timeline? Let's see what the evil timeline is. Oh wait, maybe there is audio delay. Oh, there is audio delay. Well, fuck me then. That was your favorite moment? We had a lot of good moments. What was my favorite moment? There were some cool ass moments. Cool ass moments. Finding out the Emperor was Baldurin, and then killing his dragon. That was so epic. That was epic as fuck. All right, let's see the evil ending. It was just such a great culmination of like the whole plot. It was just cool, man. The dragon was like dead and then he like came back to life. He's like a zombie dragon. That's cool. That's just like fundamentally cool. All right, dominate the brain, become the absolute, conquer the world. Let's see the evil ending.
What are you doing? Stop!
I'm doing what I planned to do from the beginning. Taking control.
Together, conquer, rule, command!
That throne looks squishy. Oh shit, that's so cool. They explain what happens to you.
In my name.
The world is yours. All who still draw breath bow to you. Your authority is unmatched.
Why is there a
Your power is absolute.
Why is there a violin on my back?
power beyond mortal reckoning, held in the palm of your hand. What mighty works will you turn that hand to?
You have come so far. Once you feared Ceramorphosis, but no more. It has granted you ultimate power, and now ushers your dreams towards reality. But such power has a price, and yours are not the only dreams. You feel compelled to follow the will of the Illithid hive mind, to enact the grand design.
To make a constitution check? That's crazy. Better not be hours of yapping. Did they explain what happens to your soul as a mind flayer? I'm assuming you keep your soul, considering I'm still who I am. Just your body changes. Assuming you don't become like brainwashed by the brain. For the dirge ending, I don't know if you can go this late into the game and still get a good ending, if there is one at all. Oh, so dirge is like the evil playthrough. That's kind of cool. I want to make my own design. It's 25. I'm not passing shit. I don't have to roll a nat 20. Whatever. I'll enact the grand design. Yep. I ain't passing shit.
It's no use. You feel control slipping away. The grand design shall not be denied.
What is the grand design? Just like taking over the universe?
You cede control. It's almost comforting to be part of something far grander than an individual. You are the crest of a great wave that will consume all and redefine all. This is but the first conquest. Every realm shall quake at your power. Every tongue shall speak your name in awe. Every god shall perish in your shadow. This world is yours. Now for the rest.
What's with the keg? Drinking beer? It's probably just full of tadpoles, right? Yeah. I haven't finished the Dirge ending yet, so I don't know yet. In the lore somewhere out there, there is a planet of mind flayers and Spelljammer, but I don't. Sick, I got new armor. I mean, I just become the Emperor, right? Yeah, I take over the galaxy. Cool. Alright, that's the evil ending. But like, denying the... I would need to look into the specifics of what the grand design are. I guess like failing the constitution check means like I succumb to like my like natural instincts as an illithid as opposed to like maintaining my what do you call it, my consciousness. And if I would have passed the check, then I would have just taken over the world myself, but like not in service to the grand design. I'm pretty sure just TFing everyone. I mean, that would have come naturally from having taken over the Elder Brain. Of course I was gonna fucking TF everyone. Whatever. Oh, do I get a post-credits? Do I get a Marvel post-credits cutscene with this ending? Do we see Thanos? Oh shit, there's no ending in that one. Cool. Alright. The grand design is what all Geeks seek. The restoration of the Illithid Empire, which spanned the entirety of the multiverse. For centuries, the Elder Brains sought to bring back their dominion. Okay, so it is just taking over the universe. Or multiverse in this case. I still win. I'm still the Emperor. I'm just not like... It's whatever. It's all in the matter of whether or not I pass a fucking con check. Whatever. Crazy that you have to do that. Okay. Now I'm like actually done. I'm for realsies done. Thank you everybody who joined. That's a wrap. What now, Lulu? I end stream. What else is there? What is there to say? Now start over with Dirge? I don't want to do a Dirge run next. Or maybe I will do Dirge. I haven't decided. I just know for a fact I'm going to be doing like an Illithid playthrough. I don't know if I want to do like an evil playthrough. I don't know what the alternative would be, right? Aside from being like the hero of Faerun. I want to do like an I don't know how what like Illithid, where Illithid stands in like the moral compass of good and evil in terms of like the playthrough. But yeah, thank you for streaming. It was fun, of course. Thank you. You're just gonna leave us? Yeah. I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna go like use the bathroom. I'm gonna go get water. I'm gonna go get up and stretch, touch grass. Wow. What next? I have some announcements. I have one announcement, really. The next stream is going to be I'm calling it Subathon of the Erd Tree. It speaks for itself. We're going to be doing the Shadow of the Erd Tree Elden Ring DLC as a subathon because it is September and I would like to make some money because I am very poor and I am in a lot of debt. Anyway, what else is there? Okay, let's see who we rate out on. Do you want to hang out for some Fortnite? I'm down to hang out. I'm gonna take a break, but I'll be on my Discord. Speaking of Discord, exclamation mark city. I have a Discord. For those who don't know, what else is there? I have a Twitter, and there's a YouTube VOD channel where you can see all my things. I don't think do I have commands for those? I should have commands for those. I'm not entirely sure. Hang on, let me check. There's no way I don't have commands for those. I don't have a command for my fucking YouTube channel? Damn, I really do half-ass this. Exclamation mark Twitter. That's pretty much it. What else is there? Oh right, I'm looking for people to raid. I don't even. I'm so like mentally trained. I'm gonna enjoy this food that I got. I got some food. I'm gonna go eat and I'm gonna like it. I'm gonna have a big smile on my face. I'm gonna be like, yummy. I love my friends. I love Baldur's Gate. We have Cure, who is online right now, playing a Warframe. What day is it today? It's Thursday. Okay. I was gonna say, I thought it's because they normally do Warframe Wednesdays, but it's Thursday. But he's doing Warframe anyway, so. It's 9/11. Oh. No, it's not. It's 9/12. At least for me. 9/11 was 35 minutes ago. Dude, I love this game so fucking much, dude. Oh my god. This game is so good. There will be a second playthrough. I gotta be honest with you, that's not gonna happen for a while. A second Illithid has hit Baldur's Gate. You're so funny. Yeah, there will be a second playthrough. I need to finish a bunch of other games first. I will be back. What day is it today? Thursday. Monday will be the subathon. The subathon of the Erd Tree. I might do a stream in the weekend where I just kind of dick around, you know, shoot the shit. Anyway, let's do a raid message. The raid message will be, I'm gonna do my tried and true. Roll a d20. Illithid raid. Fuck, hold on. Your idea is way better. Hang on, I'm stealing that. No, we're doing a Illithid loot raid. Shit, I'm running out of time. Everyone quick, copy and paste that. Fuck. Okay, bye.